confirming we are now streaming. I'm just going to start the recording. I will now do a countdown from 5 to indicate that we are broadcasting to all attendees. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, broadcasting.
Good evening, everyone, to all our friends in India, and early good morning to all our friends in Toronto, and welcome to Together 2021. It's day 7. We're here, everybody. It is the final day of our entrepreneurship bootcamp and venture competition organized between the Schulich School of Business at York University and Startup India. Who can believe it? Caveat, it's been 90 days since we started this adventure. And when I say adventure, I mean from pressing the button to say, let's go and build this thing and do something special together, to exactly today. I was counting the other day, and here we are at day 90. It's been quite the journey. And for those of you who haven't been following along, we have 100 Indian student entrepreneurs that have come together with 150 Canadian student innovators and then 100 mentors from across Canada and across India, rallied around one goal to create new, amazing, to accelerate their companies with social purpose, sustainability, and doing great things for the country of India. Here we are today, we're at the top 6, and we're going to give a shout out to our amazing team. Look at these faces. These are the people who put everything together, and you'll be meeting some of them. You'll be hearing me shouting out to some of them throughout the event today. Now, what's the agenda look like for today? The agenda is packed. First off, we'll have Mayor John Tory from Toronto. Then we'll move in directly to the championship finals. While the judges are deliberating, we'll have some wonderful words of inspiration from key entrepreneurs and leaders in India. Then we'll have our winner's announcement with Susanna Vaz from the City of Toronto. And then we'll move into some congratulatory notes, some closing thoughts from our high commissioners, and then a final word of inspiration from an amazing Indian young entrepreneur. A special shout out today to the world-class trainers who came in to work with all these students over the course of the 7 days to help them to craft and refine their pitches. Thank you for all your hard work. And a thank you as well to the incredible mentors. We had 50 mentors from Toronto teamed up with 50 mentors from India, and they all came together to do something really remarkable and special and help these students. They've been online as late as last night, helping them through their pitches. Our judges, some of whom you're going to meet today, have spent incredible time reviewing and making sure we got to the right choices. First for the top 10, now for the top 6, and then today they'll be ranking the top 3. We also would like to give a shout out to our special leaders. We've got leadership roundtables. They're coming up this week. Top innovation entrepreneurs and leaders within our innovation ecosystems from both countries coming together in private sessions to discuss how we can work even more closely together as two countries and unlock more potential for innovation in the world as two friends and two partners in the world. And we also want to give a special thanks to all the amazing speakers. Look at this list. It's an incredible group of leaders from venture capital to entrepreneurship to academia to government. Incredible people who have come out and supported this and spoken to the students and given them words of inspiration and insight throughout the journey. We also want to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors and partners, the City of Toronto in particular, who are our seed partners in getting us going and off the ground back in October, and then all the companies you'll see here that have come together and rallied behind us to make this happen and also allow us to unlock the prizing for the students that will be available for the top 3 teams here today. And we'll talk about that later as we go along. So big shout out to all these corporations and organizations who got behind us, as well the donors who contributed towards that prize pool. Thank you all for your generosity and your support. Now, just a moment, we'll back up there, Vito, for just 1 second. I want to give a word to Kavya. Kavya, additional thoughts. You've been my co-host and my collaborator in putting all this together. What are your thoughts from India?
Thank you so much, Chris. I think you summed it up perfectly. On the final day of Together 2021, Startup India, DPIT, Government of India, and Schulich School of Business, York University, Canada stand tall with pride as in the midst of a pandemic in the last 7 days, we not only witnessed the collaboration between 250 brilliant young and innovative minds from India and Canada as they work together on solutions that solve collective problems, but we also witnessed the impact made by such initiatives that are based on bilateral collaboration and cooperation. So for that, in that spirit, I'm grateful to Schulich School of Business for helping us put this together, and especially to you for spearheading it.
Thank you, Kev. It's been a lot of fun working with you. We've had a great time, and it continues on for the next couple hours. Now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Toronto Mayor John Tory, the 65th mayor in the history of Toronto. Born and raised in Toronto, Mayor Tory has spent his life giving back to the city that he loves. He's a tireless worker in the public and private sector and with philanthropic roles as well too. And under his leadership, Toronto has attracted many jobs and investment and emerged as an undisputed center of innovation and opportunity in the world. I want to give a personal thanks on behalf of the entire innovation and startup community to say, Mayor Tory, you have been a true leader for us, not only throughout this pandemic, but leading back many, many years now of understanding that we had a purpose and a role in the transformation and evolution of Toronto. And everyone who I speak to throughout the startup sector appreciates how you've recognized that and how you supported us in our growth. Mayor Tory, over to you for some words for the students and our community.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll say good morning because it's morning here. And I want to thank everybody for being aboard for this, big day. It is a big day for everybody involved. And I want to say, I think there's some people here in Canada that are on to the west of me, because Canada is a big country that spans a number of time zones. So for them out in the west, it really is good morning. And maybe it might be 4:30 in the morning. So and to all of our friends in India as well. This is such an important thing. It was mentioned earlier on that that we're two friends. And by that, I think the reference was not just to the friendship that exists between academic institutions and businesses, but between our two countries. This relationship is, I think, really solidified by the fact not only that that relationship goes back a long way to the Commonwealth and so on, but much more importantly today, by the fact that hundreds of thousands of Indo-Canadians live in our country, have chosen to immigrate here, in many cases have invested, and even those who haven't chosen to move here, there's been investments made by Indian companies. One of the things you would see if you came to Toronto, for example, is down one of our main streets, University Avenue, there's a big office tower, and there right on the top of the office tower is Tata. Those great companies, those world scale companies that India can be so proud of, are very much present here and contributing to the strength of our economy. We are a proud sponsor of this event because of the fact that we have the largest Indo-Canadian population in our country, literally in Toronto, hundreds of thousands of people who originally either themselves or their family called India home. And it's just been our incredible good fortune to have those people come to Toronto, because they're among the best and the brightest that we have. And of course, one of the teams today in furtherance of this friendship will be named the Together 2021 champions. And I just want to say congratulations to everybody for having done all the work of getting ready for today. And of course, I won't be around necessarily when the winner is crowned, but to say congratulations to the winners. But, out of these things, everybody's a winner. And that's a bit of a trite expression. But the fact is that the work you do, the teamwork you learn, the experience of being in a competition, the experience of winning and losing. I mean, certainly in my own life, again, it's one of these trite expressions, but you do learn more sometimes when you're not the winner. But I work for one of Canada's great entrepreneurs of the 20th century, a man by the name of Ted Rogers. A lot of the Canadians will know his name because it's ubiquitous across telecommunications. But when I worked for him, when I was his CEO, one thing he said, and he started, by the way, with $50,000 to borrow that money to buy a radio station, and ended up, before he passed away, with a $30 billion enterprise. And the one thing he would tell you beyond everything else was, don't ever, 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 and I could put 26 more evers in there, don't ever give up. And he had some losses he wrote about in his own book, which you might want to read. It's called Relentless. It's just one of those books by an entrepreneur, whether it's Canadian or otherwise, that is very inspiring. And I think that, pandemic or not, we can't lose sight of both coming up with these ideas, encouraging entrepreneurs, getting together and having competitions like this. And so, we've chosen to do it, as we likely would have anyway, virtually. And I think it's just a tribute to not just technology, of course, but to everybody, that these kinds of things go forward and carry on. I should tell you that this is, and look, this is an enterprise between the two of us, and you're looking for opportunities, of which there have been a lot. The last time I was in India, I led some 30 companies there to explore opportunities there. In the newspaper, the day I was there, was an article talking about the extent of Canadian investment in India in infrastructure and other different things. And we're proud of that, proud that we can work with you to build a great country there in India. But we're also proud of the fact that we have here one of the world's most welcoming and thriving hubs in terms of technology and many other things. We're a top 10 financial capital, top 10, one of the most livable cities in the world, but also have a thriving tech hub that is probably the third biggest, is the third biggest in all of North America. And so, you know, come one, come all. And so for those who might want to have a bit of an adventure or even take it on an enterprise that you've created in India and come and establish a Canadian part of that enterprise, we welcome people here, and we're proud of the fact that one of our most important underlying foundation values is that we embrace and welcome everybody. The fact that I can tell it is in fact the most diverse city in the world. 51% of the population of Toronto was born outside of the country, and that is a world-leading figure. But it's made us a much better and greater city because we can take everything that people have brought from countries all over the world, including India, and make something very special of it. And we want to keep building that talent pool, only because that has really been responsible for all the growth that I've talked about. And you know what? The fact is that pandemics sure have caused us all a lot of dislocation and disruption. There's been a lot of human tragedy involved with it. But if you look back at the fundamentals in the foundation of India or the foundations of Canada or Toronto, those things are still there. The smart people are still there in India and in Toronto. The great educational institutions, the entrepreneurial spirit, they're all still there, and they've had to be kind of in hibernation for a while we fought this health menace, but those things will come back quickly. In fact, I'm not sure the entrepreneurial spirit has even left if you look at the work, for example, that's been done around the world on different things to try and fight the pandemic. And so I'm very much looking forward, as I said when we were just off before we started this, to coming back to India and leading a delegation again of people who can do business with each other, because I think it's in the great traditions of the relationship between our two countries that we should do that. And as a city, we are certainly ready to welcome visitors to come here to share ideas and information with us, but also to welcome people who wish to come and invest here and who wish to come and live here, because it's a place of great opportunity, of great respect for each other. And I think it's a place that has a quality of life that is second to none. Before I finish, I want to just say some thank yous. So first of all, I don't know if he's on now, but I couldn't let this opportunity pass without saying hello and just to indicate my deep respect for our High Commissioner Patel, who is one of the most outstanding public servants that I've ever met. And he's done such a great job representing Canada in India in this historic relationship. And so I want to say hello to him. I also want to acknowledge the president, Rhonda Lenton of York University. I am a graduate of York University, the law school there. And I just want her to know that York does us proud. And this is one more example of that. And also Detlev Zwick, who's the dean of the Schulich School of Business. And of course, they've been instrumental, as was mentioned, in organizing this. We're very proud of the Schulich School of Business as well. And I want to thank them for their role in all this. Chris, of course, to you as the executive director of the Office of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, thank you for you're doing all the work. I mean, I thank the dean first, but you're doing all the work. And I thank you very much for that. And finally, as Susanna Vass from our own City of Toronto staff, we're proud to sponsor this. We're proud to do everything we can to encourage entrepreneurs. Out of entrepreneurship are the great things. And by the way, it was mentioned earlier on about the importance of mentors. I have been one, but I also, more importantly, have been mentored when I was much younger. In fact, I think you keep getting mentored all through your life. And I want to thank the mentors. I want to say to them, I'm sure they share my view that being a mentor is one of the most valuable experiences you could ever have. Even more so, I think, or as a valuable an experience as for the one that is being mentored. But we all need at least one. In my case, I had two significant mentors, and one is still alive, very elderly, but I still call him all the time to get advice. And so it's just a very valuable kind of relationship to forge. And if you don't have one, then go and ask somebody. nobody will say no to you if it's a sort of reasonable request. You can't ask them to sort of be at it 24/7, but I think you can make a reasonable request in this regard. I also want to acknowledge Startup India. This is an organization that is to be admired and to be emulated by us here in Canada. It's a great organization that's helping to build up entrepreneurship in India. And of course, the kinds of partnerships they're reaching out to have are very important. And they, these two organizations, Schulich and Startup India, dedicated all kinds of time to making this work. So again, congratulations to everybody involved, and thank you for all the people in the two organizations and everybody behind the scenes who made this happen. Because the world business success is mostly about the ability to build and maintain relationships of all different kinds. International business relationships, international country sovereign relationships, and all those things. And this is a big part of that. And I hope the day goes well. And congratulations again to all the winners. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Mayor John Tory. This entrepreneurship bootcamp and venture competition proved what we already know, but sometimes forget. When the stakes are high, when the challenges are collective, we must realize that we cannot succeed without international collaboration and cooperation. Therefore, in that spirit, I would really like to extend warm gratitude towards the City of Toronto, towards you, Mayor Tory, for your relentless support. We are grateful for your support, and we hope that we can translate this initiative into a long-standing partnership with the City of Toronto. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kavya, and thank you, Meritori. All right, here we go. Are we ready, students? We're ready to get to the next step here, and Vito's going to bring us up to the next piece of the presentation, and that will be to introduce our key judges for the day. Now, I have to tell you, everyone, this is a special group of people. They've put a lot of time into preparing for this. They put a lot of time not only into preparing, but also for contributing to helping us behind the scenes with connections, with insights, with leads on people to get involved as mentors, to get involved as students. They've been helping to recruit some of these teams within their networks and promoting this as we've gone along. We have Anchor, the founder of Hostel Fund. We have Gaurav, the partner from K Capital. We have Prashant, the partner from Panache Ventures. We have Raphael, the managing director, Front Row Ventures. And we have Ashutosh, the senior manager, international and government programs from T-Hub in Hyderabad, where Schulich also has a campus, and we love having that partnership with T-Hub as well too. I'm not going to read you their detailed bios and go to, but the list of accomplishments of this group in the startup space, in the venture space, and everything that they've done is just incredible. We couldn't ask for a better group, could we, Kavya, to review these competitors today and to go away and to give careful deliberation to who is going to finish in the top three.
Absolutely, Chris. I completely agree. It's because of these wonderful individuals that the deep cultural and political ties between India and Canada are strengthened by initiatives like Together 2021, and because of the support of such brilliant individuals. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, gentlemen. And with that, we will now get ready for our first presentation. And my friend Vito, who is our operator extraordinaire in the background, away we go. Team Ricks, you are on board.
I cannot share my screen, but
Don't worry, we'll just take a moment. Vito will take care of that. And you'll be ready to broadcast in no time with your presentation.
yeah, I'm ready.
Can you bring up full screen? Great.
Yep. Hey everyone, this is Logeshpuri Goswami from Team Brakes. I'm co-founder and I'm a civil engineer. Me and my team is working on the Brakes, which is a eco-friendly bricks made from the construction and plastic waste. In India, the brick industry is a major challenging. It is dominated by the red clay brick manufacturer. So they generally use coal and the soil, which is making them totally unsustainable. And as India is growing and urbanizing, this demand is going to be increased by 500% in the next 3 decades, which requires some alternative solution. And this industry, recently we have found out that government of India is banning them gradually. So they are hunting down day by day in particular northern part. So what we have did, we find out an alternative solution like India generates construction waste and the plastic waste, which is globally we already know that. So what we did, we collected this plastic waste and the construction waste. We have tailored the ratio in last 3 years, and we have made a tailor-made machine. So this machine convert this plastic and the construction waste into the bricks, and these bricks are more stronger and eco-friendly than the red clay bricks. And our vision is to convert this brick industry into a more greener and cleaner for the better future. So how it works, we collect the construction waste and we put it into our machine, which grinds them down into a specific size of particles. And then we use this plastic waste. Again, we require to convert them into small pieces, like a 3 to 4 pieces. And then we have a perfect blend of two different kind of plastic waste. So we use a specific ratio for the plastic and construction waste. We put them into our own machine. This machine generally melts and convert them into a thick paste. So here we got brick. So these bricks are more stronger and tougher than the existing red clay bricks. And these are the potential replacement of the red clay brick. So our pricing in India, we are going to keep it up to 5 rupees only and 8 cents in Canadian dollar. And the gross margin, we are charging 2 rupees. And the projected revenue for the first year, we have capacity to make 0.5 million bricks of a year. So it is going to generate 2.5 million revenue for us. So the value proposition we are going to give our customer that the cost effectiveness of overall construction of their building. So in terms of under construction, it's a lightweight, so it will reduce your transportation cost and handling cost. And these are the waterproof in nature, so it is not going to be give you on much maintenance or damping and the waterproofing. So one of the critical thing, we do not use water, do not use soil, we do not contaminate them, do not use coal, which is carbon dioxide generating, and even the cement we do not require in manufacturing. Our social impact, that one brick weighs around 2.5 kg of construction and plastic waste. So this waste are not going to the dump site, it is going to go back into the industry in mainstream. There is no residual, and the atmospheric condition of clean of our machine and the working, it's pure clean. So the health of worker is ensured by us. So till the date, we have filed a patent on this particular dry mix, and which is going to be granted by this year only. We have established a partnership with the government. So we are going to handle their construction and demolition waste plant, and we have our first order aligned. So by the next month, we are going to provide them. So about total market, India produces more than 250 billion bricks, and it consists 1,250 billion rupees market, which is a huge segment in overall construction industry. And construction industry is growing rapidly in India. And this is our serviceable market where 120 million bricks we are going to, we generally demands in our city, and it consists 600 million rupees market. Or initially, by the first year, we are going to cover 2.5 million rupees in terms of the next year. The competitive landscape, the bricks are much faster in process. So it's 16 times faster than the red clay bricks. And they are recyclable. So if a builder is breaking its old building, he can submit his construction waste to us, and we will give back him the bricks at 10% of concession. And these are waterproof, recyclable, and lightweight. So first quarter, we are going to set up this by this month. Our manufacturing will be done, and the first order will be provided to the customer. And by the next quarter, we are going for the automation, and the quarter 3, we are going to dedicate one specific salesperson for awareness and for the new customer or new builders. And by the Q4, we are going to hold these customers for this continuous growing. Initially, 3 years in our finance, it's critical because we required most capital expenditure and R&D. And by the 5 year, we are going to reach the breakdown. This is just in Canadian term. So our first customer is Hindustan Zinc. They are building a hospital. For that, we are providing our first brick lot. And till the date, we have raised 2 million Indian rupees non-dilutable grant from the government and from private institute. And they want our technology to be in market. The Together 21 funding, we are going to use for the R&D as well as for the inventory for fast supply, and for the tools and automation to increase our efficiency. So me, Lokesh will be looking for the product development, which will look for the business operations, our technical mentor and technical staff. In faculties, they help us to fine tune our machine, and we have 6 intern aligned with us. They help us to make our progress rapidly. So we rapid done the R&D part quickly. In Toronto team, Haman, Ramya, and Olivia, they had helped us a lot in the finance and the gaps they had filled out, which means we were incomplete without them. This together 21 helped us in that particular thing. And Naman and others, they were amazing. They had helped us to find out what are the critical point in the startup. So yeah, this is the special thanks to them. And so with the bricks, we are going to change the global plastic and the construction waste problem, and we are going to provide them a resource. So yeah, with this note, I would like to thank, and I'm open for the Q&A.
Wonderful, thank you. And now we'll have 12 minutes of questions available with the judges. And we'll go to our first judge for question. I will, let me see. I will actually give each judge a chance to ask a quick question, and I'll try and distribute as we go through with the teams so that we're not all talking at the same time. So I'm going to start off with Gaurav. Judges, you can also use the hand raise feature if you want to get my attention as well too.
Thanks, Chris. Guys, pretty impressive technology, I must say. Just 1 or 2 quick questions. How do you source the raw material? And number 2 would be what is your channel of sales going to be?
Okay. So for the sourcing, we have partnership with the government. So in smart cities, what government is doing, they are collecting door by door, and where they collect the plastic and organic waste separately. So we are going to use their non-recyclable plastic. Other recyclable goes to the industry back, and non-recyclable we take from them. And we have aligned with the industry of plastic manufacturer. So their wastage we are going to handle, and this is the sourcing part. And in terms of a channel for the selling, so initially we are going with our existing network. So we have aligned with 5 partners. 2 are the top contractor in this particular Udaipur, and 3 are just our relatives and in family. So these are the current partners for us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. Thanks for the answer. I'm going to go to Ashutosh next.
Commendable work, Lokesh. Please make me understand that are you also involved in the construction waste recycling, or somebody else is recycling and you just take the input materials and then you go on building your blocks?
So yeah, thanks for question. Recently we got a contract with the government, which our local government. We are going to operate their construction waste plant. So from that,
so in the construction waste plant, I mean, there are different technologies. There is a feed hopper, there is an Evo screen, there is a Roto Max or a Pro Grade or a Evo Wash. And there are 3 major components. One is the clay, one is the silica, and the rest are aggregates. So how do you ensure that there is a consistency there and there is a standard mix that goes into your bricks? Second, is this recycled or this is upcycled? And what is the embodied energy of the brick? Have you calculated? Because these will help you get green certification. And if the product is certified green, it will help you sell more under the green building certification norms that we have at this point of time. So that will not depend much on, I mean, where you're sourcing it from. That will also depend on the embodied energy that the brick has. So any calculations there on how do you ensure consistency and standardization, or it's very heterogeneous?
Yeah. So this plant, this municipality had set up for the brick and the construction concrete waste, the soil they are using for the backfilling by their end. So these 2 kind of waste is going to be on the construction that plant. And for that, we have specified different ratios. So with bricks, we have a different ratio. With the concrete, we have different ratio. So with the input, we can change our ratio. So we'll maintain the class of the brick, which kind of class we are going to provide, C class, B class, or A class. So this is divided with this. And in terms of energy, so we use electricity as a source, and it requires 250 degrees centigrade of temperature. So at this machine, we have tailored as per our requirement. So the wattage of current and in terms of other industry like a brick, they required, in terms of heat, I can explain, the 1200 degree centigrade is required for the brick and 250 degree centigrade required for the bricks for our project. So it's way cheaper than them.
No, I understand it's cheaper, but we also have to ensure that from an energy point of view, we don't spend much more than originally what we were spending. Thank you so much for presenting your idea.
Yeah.
And we would love to help you further get green certifications for your product so that it can be, you don't have to market it and push too much. I mean, all the projects who need green certification will automatically, they will come to you and source your bricks. That would be a good way to sell this to more people.
Yeah, that's really
Awesome.
great for us. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Going to go to
Thank you so much, sir.
Going to go to Anchor now.
Hey, hi, location team.
Yes, sir.
Good work. I have a couple of questions. I just wanted to know on you said that you guys have filed for a patent. So this patent is on the design, on the mix, on what side, and what is the stage of the patent? And my second question is, how are you looking to expand to other cities? Are you going to have various manufacturing units? Because if you are set up in near Udaipur, and if you have to transport it to the rest of the country to meet your 5-year plan, the cost of transportation and everything, just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So can I get your first question back?
The kind of a patent and the stage at
Okay.
which it is.
Got it. So for patent, we have filed our first patent for the dry mix. It is the ratio and dry mix means the product itself. So and in 2019 we have filed in 4 month back. We got a review on that, and we have to we have updated our status. Then by the next year, by this year end, we are going to be granted. And about your second question for the scaling, so we have a specific plan for that. In India, what government of India is doing, they have 100 smart city targets. So out of 13 have a construction and demolition waste plant, and for the next 53, they have decided it is going to be implemented by the next 2 to 3 years. So we are just targeting these smart cities only for the scale up, because the massive urban development is going to be happen in the smart cities only, and the plastic waste collection, plastic waste problem and collection are going to be happen in the smart cities. So these are the specific locations where we are going to scale our whole project.
Okay.
And to add on location points, And to add on location points, we also planning for going for franchisee business model to set up a brick manufacturing industry in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities after 5 years.
Got it. That's what I just wanted. I just have one last question.
Yes.
How much have you guys made your funding requirement? And I saw that I think I missed the amount what you guys are raising. If you can just repeat that. And second, if I remember it correctly, you guys are asking about spending majority on R&D. So just want to understand again your viewpoint. What has gone so far in R&D, and what are you going to do basically next couple of months or quarters?
Yeah. So here we got a 20 million from in terms of Indian rupees.
Yes.
From,
but how much you need?
So for next, the amount we haven't mentioned here, but it is 40 lakh rupees for particular automation of the whole process, and for the R&D in terms of machine and the composite. So we can explore more kind of a waste material like a marble, granite, or stone dust, or the quarry waste which we generate from the minings. So for that we required more sources and more teams to explore these things. And particularly our next amount is going for the machine and their efficiencies.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Judges, just checking if we have any other questions. Prashant, any other questions you want to jump in?
Yeah, Chris, I'll jump in. First of all, thanks for having me. Great to see everyone this morning, and good evening in India. Fantastic presentation, Lokesh. Just curious to one of the other judges' comments. Curious to hear, do you have a sense of what it's going to take to get the green certification? So that's one. And related to that, I would love to understand the math or equation around the waste reduction. So obviously that's a core part of the value prop. So I'd love to understand how much truly waste is being reduced if customers choose to go with you versus someone else.
So for 1 million bricks, it's a, yeah. So for 1 million bricks, it's a 2,500 tons of a waste, where 70% is construction waste and 30% is the plastic waste. So these two amounts are going to be reduced from the landfill side. And as we will scale, we will use more and more this waste material. And in terms of a green certificate, so we have identified there are two authorities, one Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, and the TERI. So these two things are there for the green building, and the certification we require the Bureau of Indian Standards. We have to certify our product. So for by the next quarter, once we will finalize all these things, then we'll file for the applied for the standardization of the product and for the green building certificate, green product certificate.
Understood. Lokesh, any idea around how long that process could take? Are we talking 6 months? Are we talking 2 years?
So in product, generally they need to test on the Indian codes parameter. So once this product are matching that codes, then it is a certified. So we have tested for the local local laboratory. So in the, which is I already mentioned in the appendices, the links are shared with the presentation. So from that we got our products are standardized at our end, and now we just need a certificate for that final product. So it takes around 1 to 2 years for the final certification. So before that, what we have planned, we are going to use this brick for a non-structural purpose, like a boundary walls, like external floorings, paver block. So these things we have identified, and our first customer is for the boundary wall only. And there's a huge amount required for that also.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Lokesh, the certification will depend on whether it is a compressed block or a composite block.
Yeah. So we are going to provide them the final product, brick.
No, so what is it? Is it a compressed brick or a composite brick?
It's a compressed brick.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions? Otherwise, we'll wrap. We'll give a moment for the judges. We give them 3 minutes just to kind of make sure they've collected their notes and got their thoughts together before forcing them into the next presentation. So any last closing question, or we'll wrap up? We're good, guys? Okay. Thank you so much to Team Rick. We appreciate your hard work and diligence throughout the 7 days. And thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you,
Now
Chris.
you get to relax.
Thank you so much, Chris, and Together 2021 team.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you so much.
You're welcome.
Yep.
And now you get to sit back and relax. Watch
Sure.
everybody else.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, judges, we're going to put you on for just a 3-minute quick timer, just to allow you to get your notes together here. And Kavya?
Yes, Chris.
Hey.
So excited and so thrilled to hear all about Rick's.
Yeah, so what I think, we'll you and I will entertain in between while the judges. I've got my stopwatch on for the judges for the 3. Give them a moment, and we'll tell a couple stories and talk about this. Can you believe, Kavya, that it's just been 90 days?
90 days, I know. In 3 months, if we could accomplish as much, imagine what we could accomplish in a year.
I know. I'm very excited. I know at Schulich and York University, we're excited about the idea of doing this again next year. And but I do relish the idea of doing it with a year of preparation as opposed to the 90 days. It was like creating another startup again, actually. Oh, we're getting requests here. We're getting like Ashwin Joshi, the head of our MBA and India program, is asking for, tell us the Aeroplan story, the airline story. Okay, was been talked about online. I think I'm going to tell that, Ashwin, at the next break, because that requires the full time. We're already 1 minute in. For me to get that story off in 3 minutes is really important. Just to let everybody know, we had a little bit of an interesting piece. I think it was interesting. The students seemed to love it. They'll nod their heads if they enjoyed it. We had every morning and evening when we started out, we had story time with Chris. And so I would take like a 3-4 minute story from somewhere in my entrepreneurial journey that talked about a different element that had happened. The first story that we told, which I won't tell you the full story while the clock's on, but the first story that we told was one about the time when I think it was maybe like 24 or 23, and I had to get the bank to give me a $100,000 line of credit for my business. And they told me no on the phone, and they told me no online, and they told me no at the local branch. So I decided instead that I would put on my best suit there, and I went to the Golden Tower, the headquarters of the bank in downtown Toronto. And I got on the elevator, and I went to small business banking on the 4th floor. And every time that someone who looked like they were in charge of the bank got on the elevator, I followed them on the elevator and I pitched them on my business. And if they were going down 4 floors, I had 4 floors to pitch them on my business. And they were going up 20, I had 20 floors to pitch them on my business. And I asked the students always, how long did it take, right, to get to that point where somebody said yes? And it only took 12 rides in the elevator until someone put me back in the elevator, took me to the 20th floor, and introduced me to the vice president of knowledge-based banking for the bank. And then I had in 48 hours, I had $100,000 line of credit to go with the business, and we went to the next level. So these were the types of stories. I'll give you micro versions of them maybe as we go along through our breaks here. And now with that, the judges have had their 3 minutes. So thank you, judges. And we hope you've got all your notes taken down. And we're going to call Farm Easy up to the virtual stage here for their presentation.
Hi, can we start?
Absolutely. You're free to go.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Canada, and Namaste, India. We're Team Farm Easy. So, India has a staggering 20 million oilseed farmers with 100 million associated dependents on them. But domestic production supports only 30% of this demand. India has to import 10 billion US dollars of edible oil every year, and the government is increasing tariffs on these imports. Farmers too want to move towards oilseeds because of better margins. However, Indian yield of oilseeds is 42% lower than the world average. Why does that happen? So 85% of the farms in India depend solely on rainwater for their irrigation because of a lack of financial resources. In addition, the low quality input further hinders the yield. Meet Ramdhari Dada, who was a soybean farmer in Madhya Pradesh. He struggles to gather money for various agri inputs every season and is a family dependent on him. Due to the lack of funds and unreasonable loan schemes, he had to go to the extent of mortgaging his very own children. Can you imagine how tragic and sad that is? And this is not just the only case of an Indian farmer having to face such extreme financial hardship and exploitation. Indian farmers have little self-funded working capital, and access to affordable lending is very limited. As a result, we have 50% credit needs unmet by formal channels. 3 out of 5 farmers don't even have access to reasonable loans. 10,000 farmers suicided in India in 2019. And when they do resort to informal channels, these lenders charge exorbitant interest rates to the tune of 60%.
So the solution to these problems is FarmEasy, a peer-to-peer investment platform which gives the investors an access to a new asset class while assuring lucrative returns. They can diversify their portfolio by investing in projects of their own choice, the details of which would be given by a simple user-friendly app. FarmEasy essentially ensures that farmers have an access to affordable working capital without having the tedious formalities to avail the same. Coming to the market size for FarmEasy, We would primarily be focusing on landless farmers engaged in oilseed cultivation, especially those tenant farmers who do not have an access to formal loans. We would also be focusing on generating employment for the unemployed youth of India residing in rural areas. As can be seen, a significant number of these villagers are willing to become entrepreneurs who will be working with Farm Easy as micro entrepreneurs. These micro entrepreneurs would be coordinating the activities of farmers in a particular area and will be typically the people coming from rural background. They would be procuring the inputs for farmers, monitoring the crop conditions, and assisting in selling the produce. They would be compensated with a fixed and a variable component. We also did a survey to gauge the interest of investors for investing in this initiative. We found three primary segments of investors, the first of which are the financial investors who expect lucrative returns with minimum risk. Second segment, called the social ninjas, comprises the investors who believe in making a social impact with their investment. The third category of investors wish to indirectly own a part of land where the crops of their own choice are grown. The ways to market this idea to them is also presented here.
Coming to the revenue model now. So investors put in money in projects of their choice through the Farm Easy app, at which point we get a 1% upfront commission directly. Once this money goes to the farmer and the harvests are ready, marketed and sold, the profit is shared between the farmer, the investor, and we get a 10% share from the investor surplus. So there are two streams of revenue, the upfront 1% commission and the 10% share out of the investor surplus. Talking about the financial viability, here are the figures for the first 3 years that we've projected in terms of the revenues and net profits. So we find that a significant upfront investment is required in human capital, mainly the micro entrepreneur network, as well as to market to investors and the technology comprising the investor app and a database. Although we break even in year 2, we find that the ROI for farmers and investors is lucrative from year 1 itself. Coming to the risks that we find, so first is the moral hazard. Micro entrepreneurs might collude between, there might be collusion between micro entrepreneurs and different stakeholders in the process, which we tackle by ensuring traceability as well as not providing funds directly in their hands. We also need a sufficient number of investors and farmers, which we'll have by approaching farmers through local representatives and also by we've also conducted surveys and app prototypes with investors. Finally, we might have natural calamities for which we've tried to ensure that the risk is mitigated through insurance. What have we done so far? So we've built a prototype and tested that with potential investors. We've also conducted an online survey. We've had interviews with several Indian farmers. We've received expression of interest from some large FPOs. And we've also won the Tata Imagination Challenge, for which we received a cash prize of rupees 2 lakh.
Now coming to the competition, we found 3 ventures working on related ideas: Farmify, I Support Farming, and Future Farming. After analyzing their business models, we found these key aspects missing. First is an on-ground presence in the form of a network of micro-entrepreneurs. Second is a portfolio consisting of crops offering high returns. Third is credibility on both sides, farmers as well as investors. And fourth is a limited presence in the country. Our unique value propositions include these key aspects. First, higher returns at low risk for investors as we are focused on farmers cultivating oilseeds. Second is a greater sense of credibility as we'll have a strong on-ground presence and a personal connect through local representatives and organizations. And third is the elimination of intermediaries as we will be employing micro-entrepreneurs to assist farmers at every stage of their cropping season. Coming to the social purpose, which also happens to be the theme of Together 2021, our venture aims to help farmers gain financial independence. It also generates employment for rural unemployed youth and also help India advance towards its mission of becoming Atmanirbhar, that is self-reliant, by increasing the in-house production and reducing the imports of oil. Now let's talk about the impact Farm Easy will have on the environment. It aims to automate the process involving a lot of paperwork. Secondly, it will reduce the carbon footprint as it aims to reduce the imports of oil. And thirdly, more farming will increase the production of oxygen as well.
Coming to the roadmap that we have, so currently we are in the research as well as the prototyping stages, where we're looking to conduct interviews as well as develop iterations of our app. Next up, we would like to develop the infrastructure with farmers and micro entrepreneurs. And after that, we would look to launch a pilot project with a small number of farmers and investors. All this would be done in 1 year, post which we would look to scale our operations in adjacent regions as well as other crops. This is the versatile team that we have, and you can see a diverse set of backgrounds, experiences, and skill sets that we bring to the table. We are thankful to our mentors who've been instrumental in helping us fill the gaps in our business model. Finally, what do we require? So we need connects with local advisors and representatives from organizations such as NABARD. We would like to connect with Saskatchewan farmers to understand the best practices in farming, and we would require a seed fund of Canadian dollars 20,000, which translates to about $1 million for the pilot project, the objective of which is to validate the concept. Thank you so much. Looking forward to your questions now.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Farm Easy. And we'll have hands up again when someone has a question. We will go to Ashutosh first this time.
Hello. Again, I'm amazed. There are only 2 presentations so far, and I'm already amazed by the quality of ideas that have been presented. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2017, RBI notified that these platforms like yours will have to be registered as an NBFC first. And I mean, are you already through that process, or are you looking forward to that? And what kind of crops are you looking forward to funding or financing? Because to me, it appears that crops that require a lot of fund or cash crops cannot use your service, because RBI has capped total borrowings per user to 10 lakh across platforms. And lenders cannot lend over 50,000 rupees to a single user across platforms. So you will have to target crops that require less than 50,000 in input cost. If there is a crop that requires more, then possibly they'll have to go to the same lenders for reasons best known to us. I mean, right? So if you cannot fund more than 50,000, then how do you solve the problem of cash-rich crops getting funded?
Right.
This is not your problem. This is the RBI guidelines. I mean, right? So do you find a way around this, or how do you want to like address this issue?
Right. So we looked at the RBI peer-to-peer lending laws, which would be applicable to us. And we also spoke to a competitor firm, I Support Farming, who have been operating in this space. So I think this requirement was not a major hindrance, in the sense that like the peer-to-peer lending laws would be applicable, and we would not necessarily have to register as a NBFC. However, a significant requirement for this sort of like incorporation would be the initial net worth requirement. So RBI has stipulated that at a minimum of rupees 2 crores. But apart from that, I think even if the 50,000 cap is there, we would be able to meet that, because the farms we are looking at are small, and 50,000 should be sufficient to cover the input cost for a season.
Yeah, so maybe there could be a few crops that require more, I mean, higher input costs. So you might want to focus on regions and crops, I mean, where that amount that you're giving is sufficient. So you might want to focus on a particular region where the input cost for farming is relatively less.
Correct. So just to give you some numbers that we calculated, so the input costs we found, like for the oilseeds in particular, were around 3,500 rupees per ton per hectare. So if we look at the size of an average farm, or the investment that will go to an average farmer, it would be beneath the 50,000 requirement. I think it would come to around 25,000. So we should be good in that sense. But we agree with your point, and we look further into these laws that are there. Thank you for the question.
Thanks, guys. And Prashant, you're up next. Judges, reminder, hands up if you have your next question.
Thanks for the presentation. Very interesting, and I love the mission. Just love to understand the underwriting model a little bit. What are you evaluating on the farmer side to assess if an individual farmer has the right perhaps profile and credit rating? Understood that these are in rural areas of India, so there may not be credit scores per se, but but we'd love to understand how you think about credit evaluation. So that's one. And second question is more around your own cost of capital. Obviously, you've proven there's demand for it, but my experience in fintech has always been, supply can be a constraint as you scale lending platforms. And so help me understand the supply side and cost of capital.
Right. So addressing the first question, sorry, could you repeat the first part again?
Yeah, of course. So the first question is more around credit model and how you evaluate an individual farmer. And second is more around your cost of capital related to the underwriting model.
Yeah, so one of the advantages of this model that we found in comparison to the formal channels was that we did not have to go through extensive interviews and on-ground sort of verification like there exists in farmer channels and like there exists in formal channels and even in micro lending institutions which are now coming up in India. So our model does not place funds directly in the hands of the farmer. So I'll just present my screen again so that it's visible how the funds actually flow. So this would be the flow of the funds. So if you see on the left, the micro entrepreneur would put a requisition for the inputs. They would place the order and we would convey the order directly to an input supplier and make the payment directly to them. And then these inputs would be collected by the micro entrepreneur and supplied to the farmer, who would scan a QR code to verify the delivery. So at no point would they get access to funds. So this mitigates the risk of bad debts that I think you were referring to. And a similar process is there when the harvest is done, so that no funds directly go in the hands of either the farmer or the micro entrepreneur. To address your second part, so we have a detailed like financial spreadsheet which we would be happy to discuss post this meet in detail. But the basic return that we found out, so for the farmers and the investors, the return on the investment is in excess of 15%, even if we take a wastage level or a risk level of 20%. So in India, generally the risk ranges from around 18 to 24%. So we've taken 20% and we also conducted a sensitivity analysis on that. And at each risk level, the return is in excess of 10%, mostly in excess of 15% as well for both these stakeholders.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Thanks to both of you. Okay, next question, we're going to go to Anchor.
Hey, hi. Thanks. Great presentation, pharmacy guys. I have a few questions, and I have my hypothesis, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. Before the last question of Prashant, I thought this is only a one marketplace which you guys are trying to solve, which is a credit supply. Investors come, farmers on the other side. But now the last slide which you just showed, it looks like you are trying to create two marketplaces, one for investors and obviously the buyer. But on the other side, you will also go and find the suppliers also, so that you get the orders and you deliver the orders, or maybe connect them. Do you foresee any execution challenges managing these two? That's my first question. If you want to answer this, then I can move on to the other question. Otherwise, I'll ask my questions together. Whatever is comfortable with you guys.
Sure. So I think we'll take this one first, and then you can follow up with the second question. So yes, so the challenges that we see, the two markets that we're looking at are the farmers as well as the micro entrepreneurs on the supply side. So for both of these, like we showed the market sizing as well. Now, I think we're talking about the input suppliers as well as the oil mills to which the final produce would be sold. So for that, we will be relying mainly on the micro entrepreneur network. And over time, we might also be able to find some of these common input providers as well as some common aggregate buyers in terms of the oil mill. But at least in the initial stages, we would like to leave that to the micro entrepreneurs. Now, they would connect us to these input providers and oil mills. but the fund transfer will be directly to them. So they would be placing the order acquisition, but we are transferring the funds directly to them. So it's not like we'll provide the funds to the micro entrepreneur and then they'll be making the purchase or they'll be collecting the revenue from the oil mills. They would be the people who would advise us or connect us to these mills and input providers respectively.
And just if I can add to Raghav for a second,
Please.
is that this is one of the reasons why we chose this space of going with edible oil, because we thought that in a space like this where the demand is very high, where there's a favorable situation with both with the suppliers and with the millers, we thought it'd be easy to find those stakeholders and bring them on board, because the government also is trying to focus in this space and encourage domestic production, which can be leveraged as an incentive.
Yeah, but on the same point, so I'm again, I'm sorry, but I'm still not very clear what is the big pain point which you're solving. Are you solving a credit problem here, or so what's that? Please help me understand that, please.
Yeah, so the major pain point that we are solving, and which our problem statement was also, that we are looking to provide farmers with the working capital that they need every season. And like there are some issues relating to the supply chain which are also being solved in our business model, I would say, as we are relying on the micro entrepreneur network and eliminating some middlemen. But our primary focus is on the financial aspect and providing them credit every season so that they do not have to rely on formal channels and neither the other informal channels which charge super high interest rates.
And just adding on, Ankur, I understand your point where you're struggling a bit to understand is which one is our focus. Our focus is definitely to help the farmers with affordable funding. However, when we talk to our mentors, Mr. Taranjit, he said that it's going to be a question of an ethical hazard. It can be that the micro entrepreneurs and the farmers, at first, we may not be, or we should not choose to be as trusting as we can be, right? So then to solve that kind of side, we have explored this side that we can have pre-existing supplier partners and also mill partners who can help us close this gap.
Okay, thanks guys. And thanks for the questions, judges. So that brings us to the end of our question round, and I appreciate, we'll try to bounce off with other pitches for the other judges to get in and ask their questions as well too. So with that, we'll go on our 3-minute mark for the judges to have a moment to collect their thoughts. And I'll start my stopwatch there. Kavya, any quick thoughts, or do you want me to launch into like a micro version of the next story?
I think it's incredible how far these students have come from how we started. Do you not? I mean, there is such energy, there's such enthusiasm in each of their presentations. And it's although it's been just 7 days, but it's been a long journey for them. They've worked around the clock and we're so proud of them.
I think, Kavya, I think that's a really good point. There's a little piece of the puzzle there that I think this last presentation illustrates as well too. So which is the mentorship component. And Tom's had referenced the conversation with the mentor. In the case of the mentor for Farm Easy, we've got people here who have deep industry expertise and connections and reflections. And the process of action was very interesting as we went together, and Kavya recruited the 50 mentors in India, and I recruited the 50 mentors in Toronto and in Canada and other parts of Canada. Then we had this really fun moment where we got to put all these mentor names and all these experiences and industries and things they've done out on the table, like a whole set of almost like collection cards or playing cards in a game. And we got to match them all together. And not only through that process, we were thinking about where can they go make the biggest impact. So if there's questions that are coming up in the conversation throughout the week, where they can make the impact, where would they have like key connections? But also one of the things to expand on that Kavya and I had a vision of from the very beginning was how could these mentor pairs form some really interesting friendships. It's one thing when you were doing business between our countries to like meet someone on Zoom and have like a quote unquote virtual coffee or virtual tea. and like chat about our businesses. But it was really interesting watching the mentors connect together and work together on this micro project throughout the week, because that really binds people together in a different way. And we saw that, didn't we, Kavi, in terms of how people were like getting involved together.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if there were like, as since the championship round has already started, but I think my only final word of advice to the students would also be just that, making a mark in the world and learn from your mentors that, making your mark in the world takes time, and if it were that easy, everybody could do it, but it's not. So it takes patience, it takes commitments, and it takes plenty of failures along the way. But let all your successes and failures be like feathers in your cap as you walk down this journey. Definitely, that would be my 2 cents in the midst of this competition.
Awesome. Thank you, Kavya. And yes, our mentors, having mentors, big deal for all of us. The mayor talked about that himself as well, too. And then he still has a mentor in his life who he goes to with key questions and reflections as well. So a very good point. Okay, that's our 3-minute mark for our judges. So now we're going to call up our next company to the virtual stage, GenFlow AI, and they're going to make their presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Nitish Kaura. Let's have a quick the description of the farmer. Well, we all know that our Indian farmers are so much important in the society of India. They really contribute a lot towards the GDP of India. With the livestock of main resources for the farmers is enough being done in the sector to improve the productivity of farmer. That's mean they're really doing a good job. We are here to present our startup GenFlow AI, an app that helps digitize livestock care to improve the productivity of farmers. In a country like India that depends largely on agriculture to boost the economy, you would be surprised to know that the population of livestock surpass that of the human population. Yes, that's true. The livestock population is 1.26 billion. Unfortunately, the healthcare facilities available to take care of this livestock population is a merge of 65,000 vets. Yearly loss of 500 million USD occurs due to disease in cattle, and our farmer suffers a lot of problems with economic loss of 200 to 200,000 Canadian dollars due to death of a single cattle. Why this happened? The primary reason is that there is a lack of accessibility for the farmers to get livestock treated by the vets. This issue is further aggravated by the low number of vets, high cost charges by vets, lack of education of the farmers, and the vet services which is not available readily. Should this problem be ignored? Of course not. We see several problems arising. As mentioned before, India thrives on agriculture. After all, it comprises 17% of GDP with the vet to livestock ratio 4 times below the prescribed ratio. There is a high chances of delayed detections of diseases in the livestock, thus increasing the possibilities of livestock suffering from drastic conditions later, which could result in death and a loss of economic for the farmers. We at GenFlow AI had come up with a solution that we would keep India's livestock healthy by digitizing veterinary service for the farmers. How is done? We have created an application software making farmer more easier if their livestock were fall to ill. Instead of result in protecting its livestock, all farmer, what they have to do, they just have to download the application, select an appropriate plan, fill the details, and clicking a photo of infected area images, they will receive a diagnosis from a vet, and that's easy. GenFlow AI is one-stop solution for the farmers to avail health need of their livestock. Through this app, farmer can get quickly easy teleconsultation, disease detections, instant medical reports, and medicine delivery. The app is available in regional language, ensure that each farmer can use this app. Farmers has flexibility in either opting their yearly package, monthly package, price economy. In the yearly package, the farmers can get unlimited teleconsultation, unlimited visit by vets, 50% off on medicines. Whereas through the monthly package, farmer can get unlimited teleconsultation and 10% off on medicines. With our economically priced package, largest target market as being hyper-local, we expected to reach yearly revenue of 15 million. Our target is to make sure that we would be serving 10,000 livestock by the end of 2023. GenFlow AI is currently at MVP stage and we are ready to commercialize, where we have conducted a field trials with 1,000 plus livestock and 100 plus farmers with a Customer satisfaction level, which we receive, that is 85%. We are in talk with an service provider of agricultural sectors to establish a sales channels and have received a statement of intent of a farmers to use Genflow AI services very soon. Well, our initial target is to populate the Uttar Pradesh, Delhi NCR region by 2021. We would be aiming to present in 20 districts by channelizing some village panchayats targeting 5 commercial farms. We will be aiming to present in 50 districts through target partnership, different players, agriculture sectors, cattle feed equipment manufacturers, thousands of livestock on the platform to establish through a multiple sales channels. This is of course something that how we are going to make it, how much in the numbers we're going to make it year by year, that our initial target is to cover 90 from 20 to 50 and then 90 within 3 years by patching up with many certain organizations, patching up with FPOs, collaborating with various startup organizations, having physical meetings and hiring the rural volunteers to get into that these kind of services available in the market. Our major USP is the ability to provide low-cost consultation that is easily accessible as compared to other competitors. On an app front, we will enhance our user experience to make the app easy to use. Over the time, our data stack build, we will be incorporating artificial intelligence to minimize the operational cost and improve efficiencies. The impact of Genflow AI goes above monitoring serving for farmers. With this application, a farmer can sustain a livestock for a longer time, get better efficiencies from the cattle, and through an educational approach, they will be able to learn the practices of animal husbandry at a good rate. This will enable the individual farmer to sustain their livestock for a longer period of time, where they would have a platform of community of veterinarians and the farmers to get connected together, much needed at the time when the ratio of vets to livestock is extremely low. Our team consists of experience from different sectors with combining exposure to the technology, agriculture expertise, marketing expertise, and medical. We are set to reach a roadmap of Vision 2023 at this moment. We would like to give a big shot to Kevin Ol, Tapan Dikshit, mentor from Together 2021, and the team from York University who had helped us with this deck. If we win Together 2021, that is our vision. We would be using the capital to improve our firm's infrastructure to attract a talented faster step forward in vision of 2023. At the same time, connection provided, we will focus on connection provided, opportunity to get larger target of audience to raise capital to the further goals. With farmer being an important fabric of an Indian society, it's a high time there is a solution that allows them to improve their productivity, to minimize costs, to have a double income. Genflow AI is that solution, which will allow farmers to do so with the help of to build a close community with the vets. Thank you.
Thank you, Genflow AI. And now we will go to the judges' questions. We've got 12 minutes, as you know, for that. And we'll take any hands up. I'm going to make sure that if we can this time that we'll give a chance as well for Gaurav, if you have a question. And for Raphael, if you have a question, hands up, just let me know. But in the meantime, we have our man who's got his hand up right away. Ashutosh, first question up to you.
Thank you. Again, impressed. But help me understand. I mean, the laws around telemedicine for humans and animals are not very similar in India. There are state level limitations, and a lot of approvals are different from state to state. So, I mean, in terms of where you are getting your vet specialist who will be actually diagnosing, I mean, what problem is there? Where are they based? Which city are they based? And you mentioned Uttar Pradesh and maybe Delhi NCR as your potential target markets, right? So if they're from the same state, possibly, I mean, less regulatory trouble for you. But if they're sitting in Bangalore and consulting in Uttar Pradesh, telemedicine for, in the veterinary space is a little more complex than that's for humans here. How do you go around that challenge? And why put a lot of AI into this? I mean, is it not, I mean, as an MVP, is it not so simple to just, put 4 specialists on the line and initially just do it manually till you reach a scale and then put a lot of technology into it? I mean, why do you want to put so much technology, build something and then, you know, so a lot of people talk about MVP. I would rather talk about MVB, minimum viable business, right? You hit a mark and then you put AI. I mean, it looks fancy, but delete the word AI there and focus on solving the main pain points if possible.
Thanks a lot, Ashutosh, for that question. So I would just like to ask if anybody from the team would be interested in taking that up, or I could go ahead. Yeah, so Ashutosh, the primary reason why we are, so the vets that we are going to onboard would be from local regions, because essentially there are two aspects of the vet. One is from doing the teleconsultations, and the other one is farm visits as well. So taking that into consideration, we would like it to be as localized as possible so that there is so that our efficiencies are improved. And secondly, coming to the point of how are we going to get these vets on the platform? So there are a number of veterinary associations in India. So tapping them up would be one of the ways that we would be getting them onto the platform. And and coming back to the AI, the point of AI that you were talking about. So AI is something that we would like to build in the future, because that would eventually help us reduce. It would help us improve the way that we are diagnosing it, reducing our time. And so that is something that is a roadmap for the future. But essentially, what we see is that over the first couple of years, maybe 3-4 years, the diagnosis will be done on a manual basis by the doctor itself. Because currently the data stacks available for diagnosing diseases are not that great. So essentially, we will be building up the data so that final step would be to incorporate AI, as it is done similarly on applications in the human side of medicine as well.
Sure, this answers my question because the different regulations in different state, and that will help you, address that challenge. And AI would come later for sure.
Yeah, AI definitely would come later.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Now we'll go to Raphael. Welcome, Raphael.
Hey guys, thanks for the presentation. I do so on slide 8. Help me understand here. So on slide 8, market, you had like 42 million or something population of livestock. So I'm just trying to understand the relationship with the market here, the subscription. So was the 42 million, was it like farmers or was it livestock, and how does it work? Because your subscription models, I guess, is not in terms of number of animals, it's in terms of like number of farmers, right? So how does it work, and how like what is the real market that you're targeting then? Because my guess is that it's not necessarily, or are you charging, is the subscription models based on the number of animals that the farmers have? How does that work? Please walk me through that.
So thanks again, Rafael. Would anybody from the team would be interested in taking that up?
You can go ahead, Rahul. You want me to share the screen?
Yeah. So can you just go on slide number 8? Rafael, we have 2 subscription models. One is the yearly one and one is the monthly one. So all these subscription models are based on the per cattle. So essentially, a farmer could have 10 different cattle or livestock with him, but we would be charging it basis on the livestock, because every livestock would be treated as a separate entity. Now, coming to the calculations that we did in terms of the market size. So this is the 42 million is essentially the market size for the livestock. So when we are talking about getting expected revenue, it is we are talking about getting it per livestock. Rafael,
sorry,
you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. And can you just the slide where there's those two revenue models? Oh no, it's there. Okay. No. You had another slide with the
previous one. Yeah.
There you go. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, cool. It's clear. It's just because you went fast on those slides, so it was. And
Yeah,
what's
so
the, yeah, go for it. Sorry.
no, so these are the two revenue models that we had. So this would be, there would be one per year and one on a monthly basis. So we have designed this revenue models taking into consideration how much average income does a Indian farmer have. So an average income in some states is extremely high versus the other states is extremely low. So that's why you have the monthly plan as well, so that so we can facilitate uh, a larger size of the target market.
Got it. And if I can ask another question here. So you talked at the beginning how much it was costing to those farmers to by losing animals or like not taking care of them and things like that. But if an average, let's say an average farmer, the number of livestock that they have, what's the percentage here that they would gain by using your platform, or gain or save, or like?
Uh, so on an average, if a farmer is going, so on an average, every vet charges around 200 to 400 rupees per visit. So now, on a monthly basis, what we have seen is that a farmer would go to a vet 2, 3 times. So when we're talking about just from a consultation point of view, it's around, a farmer could spend close to around maybe around 10,000 rupees for a consultation. And considering that our platform is offering them way more than that in terms of you get discounts on the medicines as well. So the savings is something that is very, very huge for a farmer when compared to the amount of.
Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you both for that. We're going to go to
Thanks.
Prashant next.
Great presentation, team. Thanks for your time. Just a question: how do you intend to acquire these farmers? So we'd love to understand your user acquisition plan. And related to that, we'd love to understand what onboarding would look like. Do you foresee any, what's the tech sophistication of these farmers, and how do you onboard them? So that'd be helpful for me to understand.
Yeah, just to add to his question, what kind of KYC process do you have? I mean, because you mentioned per livestock, right? So if I have 10 cows, how do you figure out, I mean, if one died, I mean, I can easily push the other cow in the same subscription package, right? How do you figure that out? And what are your KYC standards? And then I don't have a question, but a suggestion later when you answer this question.
Sure,
I would like
and
to,
Ashutosh. Yeah, Nitish.
I would like to answer Ashutosh's question. It's depend upon the traceability. Like what we gonna really planning to do is, when a farmer will take a subscription or a health package, we will definitely having a tagging facility. That means either they have a ear tag, they have something like on their body to recognize that which cattle is gonna that kind of package. So somehow we gonna take it as a unique ID number of the cattle, because every cattle is recognized with a certain number. So we are targeting to hit those, to trace those kettles to provide the services specifying them.
So just adding to Nitish's point, on a preliminary basis, as soon as a farmer is enrolling, there would be a medical diagnosis done of the cattle as well, so that that medical history can be fed into the app. And like how Nitish was saying, there would be a certain tagging, so that we, at least from our side, have a history of what ailments the cattle has gone through, so that it will be easier for us to map these ailments in the future as well to the cattle. Now, coming from the acquisition of customers. So the acquisition of customers, what we have seen is that there would be a lot of direct sales visits to individual farms as well as commercial farms. So these would be the points that we would start up with. But the more important thing would be that the farmers are an extremely close-knit community, or essentially in India, like how we would like to call them, they are part of some kind of cooperative societies as well. So we would be tapping up these kind of cooperative societies and ensuring that and we would be making sure that we would be acquiring customers from these platforms. Going on in the future, we would like to establish different sales channels. Obviously, as a farmer is buying a number of different products from ancillary service providers in this sector, such as the cattle feed manufacturers, you have the equipment providers, the fertilizer companies. So these would be our points of contact as well. so that we would be able to tap into this market. And essentially, a lot of it would be still be word of mouth publicity, because again, the farmers are extremely close knit. And what we have seen is that in our pilots, at least, we are an 85% success rate. And through the success rate, we have been able to get 50 plus livestock already with a statement of intent to purchase to be on the platform. So again, we would try to create community leaders who would act as our spokesperson so that the word can be spread across this region.
Thanks, guys. Ashutosh, we have time for like a 30-second comment you wanted to add in.
Sure. In fact, this is just a suggestion. Maybe if you would like to consider much more than what you're already doing. I see this, it has great potential to be one of India's first major, electronic health record company for animals. And National Dairy Development Board, they're putting in place the information network for animal productivity and health. And they have already come up with around 22 crores Aadhaar card, Pashu Aadhaar for buffaloes. And the actual number of milk livestock that we have in India is almost double the amount, double the number that you mentioned possibly. It's just a matter of time that we get an Aadhaar number for each one of them. I see this developing as a platform where you will also be able to, recommend medicines and have alternative sources of income and branded and good quality feed, cattle feed, and maybe this could develop as an EHR company rather than consulting company tomorrow. The telehealth consulting that you're doing, and no major EHR players for in the wet space as of now, considering we have almost 92 million or more, a good space for you to consider. And I'm sure maybe the Startup India team or any one of us can introduce you to the National Dairy Development Board, and you can work around some synergies there in the Pashu Aadhaar scheme that they have.
Awesome. Thanks for the comment and the suggestions. And it's really exciting to see the judges' enthusiasm, not only for their questions, but also for thinking ahead as to where they can help these teams and where they can go. So with that, I'll set my timer again, and we'll give the judges their 3 minutes just to collect their thoughts and collect their time there. And there we go. And Kavi, I was thinking a good theme for us to talk about during this break might be, in considering how we're seeing the students really stepping up here in terms of being able to handle the judges' questions and be thoughtful and detailed and have data behind them. And, it's up to the judges to take those away and reflect on them, but we're really seeing that ability. We should give a shout out today, I think, to our two pitch trainers in particular, Ben Stacy and Frank Urshan, two of the very best in Canada for doing the pitch training. And the students are really handling these questions well, don't you think?
100%. I think they've been so instrumental in sort of training these students to reach where they are today. And we couldn't have done it without them. They've been engaged since day one, and we couldn't have had asked for better mentors for these wonderful bunch of 250 students from India and Canada. Extremely grateful. A big shout out to them.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see the level and intensity of learning every day. Having these classes, our trainers have handled 250 students coming online, asking questions, going deep. We had Mo Ali teaching on product from the product faculty, and of course we mentioned we had Ben Stacy in addition to doing the pitch coaching for the finalists. Doing his whole session on how to pitch and how to prepare. Sanita Belsara from Mars here in Toronto, the big accelerator, talking about how to speak to judges, how to talk their language from the math and the ratios and the calculations. And Anand and Anand coming in and talking about IP. It really was a power-packed week. You can see the students nodding their heads here. It was a power-packed week in terms of everything. And we asked them to go through that. And what we really tried to do was align those lessons to the scorecard so that the things that they were learning and how they were integrating these lessons learned into their pitches was quite fantastic. Kavi, you mentioned earlier just how far you've seen these students come. I have to say, and I'd like to hear your thoughts again on that. Like when we took in the opening applications, there were many interesting ideas and many interesting video pitches, but wow, this is like, these are like people that are at a next level now that we're seeing communicate and express and interact and work as a team here.
100%, Chris. I have to agree with you there. I mean, the you also see certain level of synchronization between the Canadian students and the Indian students, the teamwork, and I think that could not have had been done without the help of the mentors and also, of course, Ben and Frank. They have been so instrumental in creating that sort of culture within the teams, and also I think this really sets a precedence for all these students to understand what sort of culture they want to build in their own organizations when and if they decide to do so. So I think I am at a loss of words because of the wonderful presentations that the students have put up to there.
Thanks, Kavya. And that brings us to our 3-minute mark. Judges, we'll bring you back in now so that we can go to our next presentation, and that will be Team Varuna. Welcome to the virtual stage.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and we are really appreciating you to providing us this opportunity. I am Shreya Keshri. Along with my team, I would like to provide you the underwater view through our product Varuna, and also take you to the journey that how our product is going to solve the problems of the customers. The primary application of our product is cage aquaculture, which is around $400 billion industry worldwide with an annual growth rate of 3.1%. So before moving ahead, I would like to address the main problem that we are going to solve. Although cage culture is very highly developed in several parts of the country, but in India still they are using outdated cage maintenance practices. And another issue is the poor water quality and the diseases that are spreading in farms, which left unnoticed due to the manual inspections. All of these issues results in a minimum of 20% of loss of yield, resulting in overall reduction in profit. In order to solve this issue, we present our innovative idea, that is Varuna, the underwater surveillance drone, which ensures the regular monitoring of the cage to prevent the fish losses, and also helps to monitoring the pH level, DO level, and Varuna also helps in the surveillance of the behavior, visual change in fishes, so we can detect the diseases early stage and we can separate the dead fish from the healthy ones. Here, these are the key features of our product. We can add multiple sensors like pH sensors, DO, temperature, chlorine, etc. And it has a payload of around 10 kg, and life endurance of our product is about 2 to 3 hours. We can also extend it up to 4 to 6 hours by swappable batteries, and the maintenance of our product is also low. There are some additional features also of our product, which is like we can also carry it in a compact bag. The speed of our product is up to 2 knots, and our product can go up to 10-meter depth. These are the major competitors in the market with some prominent features. As we can see that Varuna is the cheapest one, and with prominent features like depth, life, and payload are also good than the other competitors. So here is the market size of this. Here in this chart we can show that the thousands of number of cages in the 5 these major cities where cage culture is practiced more. If we go with our rental model, we can generate a revenue of around 1.2 lakh with around 4.8 lakh cages in these state, and the market size would be around 58,100 crores. from the sustainability and social purpose, Varuna will help to protect the cage aquaculture and hence reduce the open sea fishing. It also reduces the water pollution and help to increase the water quality by active monitoring. It also increases the safety operational as divers no need to go inside the water and do manual inspections. As so far we have interviewed around 25 to 30 farmers, and we noted down all the features that they are asking for, and we have included them in our product. We have also conducted field testing, coral capturing, and on sea environment also. And in the month of April we have planned to do field trial in Andhra Pradesh. Initially, we would utilize the organic growth through word of mouth marketing. At this stage, mostly we will focus on the customer service as the strategy to improve the product. After that, we will take our product to the online platform, and after the 4 year, we can take our product to the global market. We plan to launch our product in two models. First one is rental model. In rental model, it costs around 4,000 to 5,000 Indian rupees for 4 to 5 hours, and another one is direct purchase, which costs around 6 to 7 lakh rupees. Based on this rental model, the ROI of the customer would be around 2,85,100 Indian rupees per cage for the first two half cycle of harvest, which is additional profit of around 24% as compared to the farmer who doesn't use ROV, and much profitable for the farmer who use divers for manual surveillance. And this graph show our final project over a period of 4 year. Initially, it decreases as because we are still conducting pilot tested and estimate to launch the product over a small scale. And over the period of 4 years, with increase in investment and marketing effort, we can forecast cash flow of around 10 lakh by 2024. This is our experienced professionals, founders, consultant, mentor who works behind us by this project and help a lot to doing this project. To conclude from the above slide, it can be seen that Varuna is a viable business in aquaculture industry for a large extent, and aquaculture is just a small piece of a pie. We can also use Varuna for other purposes like surveillance of ships, damages, scuba studies, coral capturing, also for additional revenue generation. Thank you for your time and attention. This is a summary of our presentation. I would like to thank Schulich School of Business, Startup India team members from Canada and India, and the mentors to support us for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Varuna. And now, judges, will take your questions. Reminder to use the hands up feature so I can go to you if you have a question first off the bat. And we'll go to Ashutosh.
Thank you, Aruna. In fact,
thank you, sir.
Amazing to see a young lady presenting something in the hardware space. Being an electronics engineer, can't help getting impressed by what you have presented. I have a small question for you. You have shown the rover. I don't see the controller here. I mean, can you show the controller picture as well? Or do you have a video or something?
Shyam, can you?
Yes, actually. So we do have some footage of the rover on field inside the water, but I don't actually think.
I'll tell you the practical problem. I am aware about the business opportunities that this segment has, and I don't care about the competition because there are very few. One of the major challenges that are in the undersea exploration, and why I mentioned about the controller is because the person, the scuba diver, they have to, operate the rover with one hand and something else with the other hand, right? And most of the controllers, you can only control them with both hands. And there is a technology from Tecuma by which it has 6 degrees of freedom, and you can control the rover and make it go around wherever you want in 6 degrees of freedom by just one hand. So the other hand is always free. I mean, to control whatever else you want to control, whether you want to catch fish or you want to explore or you want to hold a camera or you want to do whatever. So if you already have a controller where both hands are occupied, then if I go down, I will not be able to do anything and just view. So use a controller, I mean a miniature controller that, I mean, I can hold in one hand and the other hand is free, right? Because scuba divers, even if your equipment is affordable, scuba divers are not. So they can't go deep inside twice. So once they go in, they get a view, they get the instruction, and they're able to finish the job and come back as quickly as possible. So this will help you. And don't worry about pricing and competition. Very niche market, give them a good service and make as much as you want. Electronics guys are the best.
Do you guys want to comment on that?
Yeah, actually, so would anyone like to take this up or should I go ahead? Okay, so let me just clarify that if we have to use this with a diver, then it would kind of defeat the purpose. So this device kind of serves to remove the role of a diver altogether. But if there are damages within the cage, then in that case, yes, it would need to be, it would need to sort of map out the whole damages and then bring the diver in. From what I understand, I'm not personally a part of this project in the technical aspect, but I know that we do have to use a two hands with the controller, so I understand where the problem might be. And I'm sure it could be addressed with the expertise that they have on board. I'm sure that they could address this problem and adapt the model to make it work. Thank you so much for the question.
Shreya, any comment, or then I'll go to Raphael? Oh, you're on mute, so.
Yeah, so we will try to work on this and try our best to solve this one.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Okay, Raphael, we'll go to you next.
Sir.
Amazing. Thanks for the presentation, guys. I do so just on something that you just answered here that popped a question into my mind. So for the farmers, like, is the plan here and is using your device, they could be removing any divers, or would they need still to have some divers involved in the process? And I would like to link that question with the farmer ROI that I saw on one slide, which was confusing to me because the 24% or 25% that's written here. So was it for the farmer that they would increase by 24% their revenues, or was it for you because it was linked with a graph that seems like it was your revenue? So I just want to like for the farmers, how does it work? That like, do they still need divers? And second part of the question, that ROI, what is it like? How does it work?
I can answer that question. So for the farmers, like we are trying to eliminate the divers as much as possible, so as low as 0. The only reason why they would be required would be maybe if there are certain diseased fishes which are dead, which cannot be removed with additional appendages which are attached to the device. In that case, we may require divers. Otherwise, we're trying to ensure that most of the surveillance can be done from outside the pond. So that's regarding the divers. As for the revenue, so the 24% is for the profit that the farmers would make if they use the product, as compared to if they do not use the product at all. So we do have an appendix attached to that explaining the figures. And the chart which was shown on the left-hand side of the presentation was regarding the overall revenues which the company would make, like Varuna would make over a period of 4 years. So they were two different, one was from the farmer's perspective and one was from the perspective of the company.
Got it. Okay, cool. Chris, I'll let you go, but I do have another question. So if you have time, think about me.
Well, yeah, if we have extra time, we'll come back to you. Anchor,
Amazing.
we'll take
Thank
your
you.
question next.
Hey, first of all, I have a very one basic comment to make. After seeing all the presentations so far, had I been just 1% curious about, like these guys are about any market opportunity, I think I would have been on a very different career path. So first of all, congratulations on finding a very niche problem statements. And so pardon my ignorance on the questions, but I believe after seeing the presentation and the question answers that it seems to be a very unorganized market, seems to be a huge market. But I have one question which is still left unanswered on your competition slide. To me, it looks like the competitive advantage on which you guys are playing is largely the price point. Most of the other feature sets were comparable, if I remember the slides. My comment, but I would want to hear your thoughts. Pricing normally is not a great strategy for to begin with or to sustain the growth. But do you think that's gonna sustain or that's gonna help you? If you can just go back to your competition slide and help me understand. Otherwise, mostly I'm really happy.
Sure. So this is the competitor slide. Yes, pricing is one of our major advantages. The second one is payload. So if you see from all the competitors, our payload is the highest. What it helps us with is you can add additional sensors or appendages to the device itself. So any further modifications which the farmer may require can be added. So any sensors like chlorophyll sensors or maybe testing for turbidity and other sensors, they can be added. So that is one advantage. Yes, competition on pricing is a little difficult, but in a market like India where farmers are not able to afford very expensive products, like pricing becomes very important. So that is why we plan to focus on pricing. And that's the very reason why we also came up with the rental model, because we do recognize that even 6 lakhs is a big amount for farmers to spend if their operations are not at a very large scale.
I would like to add to the answer that Persis gave. So actually, we introduced that rental model to we are pioneer in that, and that basically helps to attain the break-even quite early in the process. Otherwise, if you use manual drivers, then break-even will be too late in the process, and so it will basically give positive ROI as quickly as possible to the farmers.
Okay,
apart from the fish farming sector that you're currently focusing on, there's a huge opportunity in undersea exploration, especially optical, fiber cables and pipelines and so many other things, which are like maybe 10, 100, 1,000 times much bigger than what you're currently focusing on. And there, if you have a controller which is unique and different from others, it will give you a unique advantage.
Okay, we have time for one last question for the team. So Prashant, we'll go to you next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting. Just curious, is there an application layer as part of your solution? Is there an app or a web dashboard that can provide some insights to the farmer?
I think I can take up that one. So as I'm not really a part of the technical team, but as far as I'm aware, I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Shreya can answer that. Maybe I know that
let's go to Shreya for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we will develop application for this, and all the details will be recorded and will be kept in a cloud from we can control from IoT. So, and we will also train the farmer that how to use and all, so they will be familiar while using our product.
Okay, got it. So maybe a suggestion, something to think about longer term is when you do build the application, there may be an opportunity to have more of a subscription model rather than trying to go the hardware pricing model. I'm not sure, given the target market, how comfortable your target market is with a subscription model, but something to consider, especially in a hardware product where margins are going to be quite tight. If you can convince your customers or your end customers to perhaps subscribe on a monthly basis where they get the hardware for free plus the insights, I think could be a very compelling opportunity.
Okay, thank you, judges, and thank you to the team. So now we will give the judges their
Thank you,
time.
everyone.
Thank you. We'll give the judges their time again. And Kavya, welcome back here with me. We're going to have another chat, and I'm ready to talk about another key topic here. I think it's been really interesting and a good experience for all of us to look at the advantages of teaching online and collaborating in work integrated learning online in a remote environment. You know, I know when the pandemic struck, and we've all felt its effects around the world on a human level, but everyone had a lot of concern about how are we going to teach and how is it going to happen when you can't come to the classroom. And you know, we miss going to the classroom and miss seeing the students and hanging out in the cafe and that kind of stuff. But my philosophy on everything is, don't think about what you don't have, think about what you do have, right? So what did the Zoom world unlock, and what could we do to create new learning experiences we never would have been able to bring together in the past in this way? 250 of these amazing young people to collaborate over 7 days and fly them across the world. And just, Kavya, your thoughts on what this has been like as an online learning experiment.
Absolutely. Chris, if you remember when we first started talking, it all started because of that webinar. And one of the key topics that we touched in that webinar was also this, that how do you inculcate entrepreneurship in higher education institutions in the midst of a pandemic when students aren't even coming to their classes. I think what Together 2021 has done is prove to be a very successful example of how learning can be taken online, and you can see the impact. This is measurable impact, that how much impact we've created just in a span of 7 days virtually through some great mentors. So all it requires is some will, and I'm sure everyone will find a way.
And you know, I've met, so on a personal level, I have to tell you, I've met so many amazing people on this journey myself. Kavya, your network and the respect and the relationships you have across India are incredible. And honestly, it was a pleasure. I found myself, even though for 90 days we've been jumping up at sometimes 1 in the morning, 3 in the morning to have these conversations, 5 in the morning with people. The enthusiasm of the entrepreneurs and of the innovators in India to get involved and help out and understand what was going on was just, it really gave us both a lot of energy to see how excited people were to help.
Absolutely. I mean, kudos to the 100 mentors who joined us. They were from 20 different sectors and all involved in the startup ecosystem in one way or another. So I mean, they are the testimony for what we have built over here, and they're the testimony for everything that Together 2021 has accomplished, and so are the students. So I mean, kudos to the entire Schulich team, actually, especially the student team. I have to give them a huge shout out for pulling this all up together, and especially Karan, Vito, everyone out there who are working so hard on the back end. Thank you very much for putting this entire initiative together in such a beautiful format.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Kavya. And with that, we will bring the judges back, and we will bring our next team, iBeta, up to the virtual stage for them to present.
Thanks, Chris. So I'll just share my screen. So a very good day to all judges. Today, we're here to pitch our product, iBeta, which will revolutionize the treatment of diabetes. According to the WHO, as of 2019, there are 463 million diabetics across the globe, and 374 million people are at an increased risk of diabetes. These staggering numbers are an immediate matter of concern. India, also known as the diabetes capital of the world, has 77 million diabetics, of which over 1/3 use insulin injections. On average, about 300,000 deaths per year are also attributed to diabetes. What's even more What's even more worrying is that the number of diabetics is projected to exceed 100 million by the end of this decade in India. Insulin injections have their own share of drawbacks. An insulin-dependent diabetic, on average, spends anywhere between 6.8k to 10.6k INR per annum on insulin injections. They might also cause side effects such as lipodystrophy, infections, scarring and rashes, etc. Since insulin is injected below the skin, that is subcutaneously, its absorption varies from patient to patient. The most disastrous scenario due to the pain and fear of injections is non-compliance to the dosage regimen, which can lead to several complications and can be fatal to the patient. However, the biggest challenge is that insulin cannot be administered orally. We present iBeta, an easy-to-use orally administered biotherapeutic to tackle diabetes. The capsule contains an FDA-approved probiotic which has been engineered and that will help your body to secrete insulin naturally. Our aim is to eliminate the use of invasive techniques to treat this disorder. iBeta is a capsule which contains freeze-dried genetically modified bacteria. Once administered and upon reaching the intestine, these bacteria specifically bind to a subset of the cells in the intestine called the duodenal crypt cells. After attachment, they will inject magic molecules into them, which will reprogram them into behaving like cells in our pancreas. These cells can then secrete insulin in response to the amount of glucose present in our blood. We're eliminating the dependence on external insulin sources and enabling your body to secrete insulin naturally. In simple terms, the engineered bacteria inject magic molecules into target cells that enable them to secrete insulin in a glucose-responsive manner. When these magic molecules were delivered to cells in mice intestines using viruses, it was observed that the sugar levels in type 1 diabetic mice dropped, which confirms that indeed these intestinal cells started secreting insulin. However, viruses can cause cancer and trigger an immune response which can be fatal for the patient and hence are not suitable for human use. Multiple other studies have also been done with these magic molecules. Keeping safety in mind, we are using human-friendly bacteria to increase the safety of the delivery system. We had to make some major considerations while designing our product so that it does not affect the patient or the environment. To minimize any adverse effects on patients, we have ensured during the design itself that other intestinal cells are not affected. To minimize environmental impact, we have ensured that once the bacteria leaves the body, it dies within 3 hours. In addition to being safe, iBeta is sustainable and has the potential to eliminate 600 plus tons of plastic bio-waste generated by insulin syringe disposal every year in India. We're not the only ones who believe that our product can change the way diabetes is treated. Doctors and scientists from across the globe have helped us during the design process and believe that iBeta would create tremendous impact in the way we manage diabetes in the future. Insulin injections are pretty inconvenient to use and our competitors rely on insulin injections. Ensuring that the needle is sterile, there are no air bubbles and a lot of other factors to look at, and the side effects and the needle-ophobia, as I like to call it, do not help. Although insulin pens make the injection procedure a bit more convenient, the pricking still remains. iBeta being orally administered completely eliminates the daily pricks, is very convenient to use, and is considerably cheaper than other injectable alternatives. iBeta is a user-friendly, orally administered capsule containing freeze-dried bacteria and unlike other conventional therapies, needs to be taken only once every few days instead of few times a day. The low frequency of use stems from the replacement of the reprogrammed intestinal cells. The bacteria specifically bind to and modify the duodenal crypt cells, which are our target cells. iBeta is non-invasive, that is orally administered, and intends to eliminate the use of invasive techniques to treat diabetes. We're also focusing on making our product affordable so that it is easily available to diabetics from low-income backgrounds. The affordability will increase the outreach of public diabetes healthcare, and since iBeta does not require any special storage facilities like a refrigerator, it would be made available to diabetics from a larger socioeconomic strata. Let's take a look at some numbers here. India, as mentioned earlier, has about 27 million insulin-dependent diabetics, and we assume that we'll be able to reach out to 20% of them over a period of 18 to 24 months, which is our SOM. If a patient requires a capsule once every 3 days, which roughly converts to 120 a year, we will be selling 648 million capsules a year at 23.1 INR or about 40 Canadian cents. Calculations tell us that the total sales is about INR 15 billion or 260 million Canadian dollars. And at a 40% margin, iBeta has an opportunity of 6 billion INR or 104 million Canadian dollars. Here is an overview of our plan of action. As of today, we are at the pre-startup stage and we are in the process of being incubated at our in-house incubator at our institute. Due to the pandemic, we haven't been able to enter the lab and start work yet, but tentatively we will establish proof of concept early next year, followed by animal studies, and we expect to start clinical trials by early summer 2024. Our IP will include a combination of all nucleotide sequences that when combined will achieve this desired function of reprogramming the intestinal cells. At this stage, we are in the process of filing a patent. This is our core team, which consists of Rohan and Ayarchit, who are representing our team here at Together 2021, along with Prerita, Priya, and Shashank. This is the rest of the team. All of us are from the Indian Institute of Science Education and Research Bhopal, and we were supported by Shashank and Yujun from Schulich and Ursa from Lassonde. More importantly, we have an amazing team of advisors who are experienced in multiple aspects of our project and are well connected with scientists across the globe and the industry. We would especially like to thank our Together 2021 mentors, Ms. Kavita Iyer Rodriguez and Mr. Keith Lu, and all the coaches who have helped us refine our pitches and throughout this amazing journey. Our team consists of students and advisors, mostly involved in science, and we are not extremely well versed with the business aspects. We would love to and be grateful to have one of the judges on board on our business and scientific advisory committee to help us with the business development. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team iBeta. Now we will go to the judges. We'll see for who's got hands up first. And Ashutosh, you are out of the gate.
Thank you. I don't understand biology much, but there have been reasons why oral delivery of diabetic medicine isn't as popular as we all want this to be. Two big reasons for sure, but one of them is degradation in the GIT.
Yeah.
And second is the poor, I would say, permeability in the intestinal epithelium, if I'm producing it correctly. I mean, do you solve these challenges or these challenges remain?
So what we are doing is we are reprogramming the intestinal cells, and the intestinal cells secrete the insulin directly into the bloodstream in the portal vein, which is the major vein where the pancreas also does so. So the absorption is expected to be as good as the natural mechanism of the body.
Okay. So does this solve the degradation problem or permeability problem or both?
Both.
Okay. And have you received any support from BIRAC so far?
So we have received support from the Department of Biotechnology. And it's a support of 1 million INR. It's under the IBEC program.
Okay. Please consider applying for 5 million under the BIG program. The call for application is open as of now.
Yes. And just a request, Vito, could you spotlight Rohan as well?
Okay, judges. I saw, had some hands up. I'm not sure if they're still up. I had Raphael at one point. I think I saw Anchor again. Either of you guys ready to go? Oh, there we go. So Anchor, I'll go to you next.
Yeah, great work, guys. I have a on top of question from Ashutosh. If I can understand, if you help me understand again. So the amount of the dosage required in the case of an oral pill, will that remain the same as it's the case of a injection, or will that change? And if that changes, what's the impact? That's my first question.
So our product is not exactly oral insulin. It contains bacteria which reprogram certain cells in your body. So my intestinal cells will do the functions of my pancreas, and they will secrete insulin directly into the bloodstream. So based on the number of cells we want to reprogram to secrete insulin, that will determine our dosage, and we'll have to determine the dosage more accurately during our clinical trials, the preclinical and clinical trials.
Okay. Fine. Okay. The other, I just want to make a comment on the ask which you guys have. We are happy to connect with you. We have a couple of good mentors from various pharma companies. So happy to connect with both of them. We'll take that offline. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, continue to be so pleased and impressed with the judges' excitement to support beyond the competition. When we started this out, that was one of our key things, was to get people on board would help carry these businesses forward. Prashant, we will go to you next.
Great presentation. Thank you, team. Just a question, and apologize, I don't have a lot of experience in this sector. Why hasn't this been done before? So what's the unique, insight discovery that your team came up with that allows you to deliver, the product you're talking about?
As to why this hasn't been done before, I do not have a specific answer because this is something we came up with. What we could say was oral insulin has been tried by Biocon. So they had a product called Trepogil, which was an oral insulin tablet. They had encapsulated it. And they, during type 2 clinical trials, what they found was they didn't get the desired result. So they were expecting insulin levels to the insulin to decrease glucose levels over a prolonged period, which they couldn't observe. And they used the HB1AC parameter, which basically is the parameter that is used to determine the control of diabetes. So, and it has failed. It has been tried and it has failed. And they're still working on it.
If I can add to that, like for the past decade and a half, there was an interesting research which finally brought insulin analog instead of human insulin directly, and so modified insulin and all these products. So that was a major research area where a lot of companies invested in, and there were like at least 10 to 12 products which were in the preclinical and clinical trial stage, and almost all of them have failed till now. Like the one Archit mentioned was the most promising, but even that has failed. So it was kind of like the major research that was driven in this area had focused on a different way to address this challenge. Whereas this particular approach that we are taking is like just recently emerging, and that too, it's like not emerging in a pharmaceutical context; it's emerging in academic research.
Okay, understood. Thank you. And what is the approval process in India to get your product or the capsules out, and how long would it take?
Right. So first of all, like since we are in a government-funded institute, we have an institute biosafety committee, which will authorize our preclinical trial and establishment of the proof of concept. For that, we require the biosafety level 2, which is also available in our institute. Later on, once we have established a proof of concept, we'll be registering this as a new drug with the CDSCO, which is the drug regulator of India. And at the same time, since it's a GMO, we'll have to register it with the Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, which is again the apex body of the central government. Even CDSCO has a startup and innovation program under which they guide research teams who are trying to bring a new drug into the industry, and we'll be seeking their help as well. To this end, we have also discussed with an assistant drug regulator of India, who has also kind of given us some inputs about where to apply and how to apply.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Raphael.
So correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that the biggest part of why your solution would be better than anything else that exists in the market are those magic molecules that you're calling in your deck. I do want to double click on. So did you invent those molecules? Is it so you're reusing something that already exists? Is there I understand you said that you're filing some patents right now, but walk me through that, because my understanding is that those molecules, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but those molecules are allowing you to be able to do it in pills instead of doing normal injections compared to all of the other pharmas that are doing injection. So walk me through how does that work, and how does those magic molecules?
So just to add to Raphael's questions, I have a supplementary on that. So what is your IP here? Is it the bacteria or the delivery of bacteria, the carrier?
No, it's the bacteria itself, not the exact species, but yes, so how we're engineering it, that will be our IP. So what we are doing is we are adding a component for specificity, We're adding a component for injection of those molecules. We're adding those molecules. We're making sure that the bacteria die outside the body. So that is one component we're adding. Then so all of those components combined together are achieving this function, and that will be our IP.
Just to clarify on that, like a magic molecules are transcription factors, which are a commonly used product in various drugs. And by default, these are always in the public domain because they're part of the human genome. So almost all of, like, not almost all of the drugs that depend on such products, they start off with something that is in the public domain, and the exact sequence that would be like putting them together in would also be having additional components added to it for like specificity and biosafety aspects. So this entire sequence of nucleotides, which would be our IP.
Sure. And there's a lot of research around lipids and nanoparticles, and I mean they're also trying to do this oral administration. I mean, so is it anyway, I mean, more competitive, much better? I mean, your comments on that?
The most recent extensive review of this that we have came upon was from 2015, and like all the drug trials which involved such approaches have failed or have been stopped in the phase 2 trial stage, and none of them have been able to go forward with it.
Okay.
Okay, any last question from the judges? Okay, if not, then we'll give our judges the time to prepare and do their review. There we go. And with that, we'll start the timer. And now I'm going to fulfill the wish of my friend Ashwin, the head of the MBA in India program at Schulich, and I hope he's leaned in and listening. So this is the story of Aeroplan. Back when I was, I don't know, it's a long time, folks, 32 years old. I had my business. It was the largest email marketing platform in Canada, or what would become the largest email marketing platform in Canada. Back then, it was very humble. It was just starting out, had only $100,000 worth of business, was in the middle of transforming my first business, which is a web development agency, to this. And my friend and I, my co-founder, Chancellor, added up at that point in the middle of the dot-com collapse and many other issues that were going on in the world, what we were on the hook for if the business were to collapse. And that was, my friends, $2 million at the age of 31 or 32 that was on our heads from all the loans and government things and everything that was going to come down. I thought, oh my goodness, we're going to be in real big trouble here. At that time, I also had something that I was thinking, had a theory that the best account for me to win in the entire country would be the Aeroplan account, the big loyalty program of the nation's airline, Air Canada. And I was thinking, how do I get to Aeroplan? They've got the biggest email database in the country. They're an incredible brand. If I could just get to them, it would be amazing. But I didn't know anyone in Montreal at that time. Now I have my friend Raphael, but like back then I didn't know anyone in Montreal, and I didn't know anyone at Aeroplan. And I certainly didn't have a plan or a path on how to get to them and have the business transform. All I had was to worry about was this money on my head and the fact that the repo man had showed up several times at the office to take different equipment, or that people were calling from the bank or from wherever asking when we were going to be able to take care of certain obligations. But I knew we built something amazing. In the middle of all that, I got a phone call one morning. It was a Thursday morning, and it was from a friend, a client, small client. And he had a friend who had just moved to Toronto. And that friend who had just moved to Toronto, only 90 days after moving here, had lost his job. The dot-com collapse was affecting everybody. And so this friend had said, I'm going to reach out to Chris and ask if he'll coach you in your career, and he'll coach you on your journey and see if he can help you out. And I was sitting there, friends, and I was like torn because I'd helped so many people and I'd taken so many coffees and, you know, been working away throughout my life to try and do those things to help people out. And I was here with the $2 million on my head. I needed to find Aeroplan, and I had no time to take care of this. But I said to the person on the phone, you know what, tell your friend, if he comes in at 7 a.m. on Thursday morning, I'll buy him a coffee. We'll go meet. This was pre-LinkedIn. This was pre, Eventbrite, all these types of things, all these tools that we have now to work with for networking. And I wrote up a list on a piece of paper, 10 people who would meet with them and their phone numbers if I said that it was important to meet with him. And I wrote up a list of 10 events where he could go and network and look for his next contacts and opportunities. And I took his resume and I marked it up and thought about all the things that he could do to adjust his message and get a better next step in the world. And when that was done, we spent 2 hours together, and then I went back to work to try and figure out how to get the $2 million off my head and transform the company, and how I was going to turn this with my partner into the biggest email marketing platform in the country. Now, off I went, doing my thing, full of stress and full of worry. When 90 days later, I got a phone call, and the phone call came from that man who I had helped that morning in my office. And he said, Chris, I just wanted to call and say thank you. When I was down on my luck, you were the only guy who was there for me and my family. I've just got my new job. I'm moving to Montreal. I'm the new webmaster at Aeroplan, and I'm never going to forget what you did for me. And in that moment, I said, his name was Sean. I said, Sean, congratulations on your new job. Let's stay in touch. And a few months after that, his boss, Remy Lafrance, the head of IT at Aeroplan, called up and said, hey, Chris, I got your name from Sean. We were in a staff meeting today, and I asked the question, does anyone know a great Canadian email company? Because we have to fix what's going on with our platform. Sean put up his hand and said, I know a company. They're called Thin Data. They're in Toronto, and you should give them a call. And guys, I had no money left. I had not a dollar except to buy the airplane ticket with my partner and I to get to Montreal and pitch. And we had to pitch against the biggest companies in the world doing this work. And when the time came to make the pitch, there were 40 people in the room from Aeroplan, from Air Canada, all lined up. We had to demo our platform for 4 hours. And when it was done, they turned to me and they said, hey, there's only 2 companies we really care about. You, the smallest company. We had 15, 16 people, guys. And it's you, and it's the largest company in the world, DoubleClick, doing this platform work today. And the guy looked at me and said, Chris, why should we hire you? And I said, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why you should hire us. Here's the deal. If you want to hire the company with the most staff, go hire DoubleClick. If you want to hire the company with the most press clippings, the NASDAQ stock listing, the most offices in the world, go hire DoubleClick. If you want to be number 1001 on their giant American client roster, go hire DoubleClick. But if you want Chris and Chancellor, the 2 owners of this company sitting personally in front of you today, to wake up every morning of the next 3 years of this contract, weekday, weekend, holiday, we're not taking any vacation. Whatever it is that the day is, we'll wake up and think about how to improve your business and how to take it forward and help you make money using email. Then you hire Thin Data. And that's the answer to your question. And he looked at us and he smiled and he said, that's one hell of a good answer. And Chancellor and I walked downstairs to the front door of Aeroplan. And as we walked out into the sun, we realized that we had to take the bus back to the airport because we could not afford to take a taxi at that point. And as we got out the door, I said to Chancellor, don't jump up and down because they can still see us from the window and I still have to negotiate the final contract. We got on the bus and we went back to the airport and we flew home. And I called all my friends because everyone we had, my parents, anyone who invested in the company had helped us out. And one friend, this is the power of networks and relationships, one friend from university went and he emptied out his retirement, meager, but his retirement account at that point, which was $60,000, $70,000. And he came and he handed it over to me and said, go finish it off and get this done, to bridge us until where we could get to actually starting to get the money from the contract. Now, my friends, 3.5 years after that, from the edge of bankruptcy, we sold that company for $18 million cash. Okay. And everything that I have that's come from there, my opportunity to teach at Schulich and to invest in the companies that I have and work with the amazing people and work on this project here today, comes from the fact that I took that meeting, I took that phone call, and I agreed to help the unemployed man who had no contacts in a city where he knew nobody and seemingly could not help me out in the least. And that's the day that I fully realized that karma is such a powerful force in the universe, a powerful force, because the universe will not necessarily send you Aeroplan. but it may send you the unemployed man, the unemployed woman, who could one day be the person at the company who you need to turn your fortunes around. And so that's why you should always, as any person out there in the world, and especially as you succeed and you grow forward and you see all these wonderful judges and you see the mentors this week and you see the speakers, they know the value of giving their time and sharing and helping young people and people that are like growing and starting out. You should always remember for the rest of your life that the universe may not bring you the webmaster from Aeroplan, but it may bring you the person who will become that person one day if you look at the world properly. Okay, I hope Ashwin enjoyed that. That was like a sample of story time with Chris that we had throughout the week. The judges are back.
Chris.
The judges are back. That's for my friend Ashwin. And now we'll get ready to go to our final pitch and presentation. Excited to see this one. And welcome to the stage the team Sandbird.
Yeah, greeting from Sandbird. We are Bala and Ajit are co-founders of Sandbird, a smart agri-tech enterprise.
Yeah, that's someone different who's been presenting. Hey, thank you, Chris, for your wonderful story. Like, it was wonderful, amazing story. Yeah, we can start our presentation right now, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, fine. So,
Yeah, greeting from Sandbird. We Bala and Ajit are co-founders of Sandbird, a smart agri-tech enterprise working on eco-friendly and high return of investment product for farmers. And I'm from farming background, and I found my father struggling to get a good income from farming because he spent 15% of his total revenue for renting a power tiller from Mariupol. Moreover, he cannot afford to buy a tractor or power tiller due to his high capex. So I started to find a solution for that in the way I found Ajit. I found Ajit, and he also have same difficulty with his family. So as an engineer, we joined together to start this issue.
so we went to meet Mr. Mariappan, who is an agriculture rental agency with 3 power tillers and a tractor. And earns his income by renting an agriculture equipment. We found his poor return of investment of just 70% at the end of 3 years because of his high fuel cost, high driver expense, and unpredictable maintenance cost. And he added that this is the reason for abnormal rental cost on the poor low-income farmer. Meanwhile, power tiller also emits 3.4 billion kgs of CO2 each and every year. This affected us deeply and made us to come up with a product, the Magma, a smart electric tiller for agriculture farmer and rental agency, which can accelerate the return of investment from 70% to 300% in just 3 years. Moreover, the farmers can now rent the vehicle 25% at lower rental cost. Magma has a strong potential to mitigate 144 million tons of CO2 each and every year at the end of 5 years of sales operation.
So what is Magma? A Magma is a smart electric power tiller which can be used for plowing, tilling, and other farming operations. It has a wireless control system which the farmers can sit at the one part of the farming land and operate the vehicle without any need of a driver. Moreover, it's a remote control system, so it's helped to rental agencies like Mariupol can track the operation by sitting at a comfortable place. And Magma has a high runtime of 3 hours in a single charge with swappable battery technology for high durability. So we will be targeting people like Maripan who are yearly adapted in the industries with more than 3 tillers and eagerly looking forward to increase the profit. So rental agencies have good connections with the farmer producer organization FBO. So we tie up with the FBOs and we will be making a small batch of 10 unit and sell it to the people like Maripan through the FBO to make them adapt with the product and gain good traction. This make a repeatable sales. We be to partnering with agriculture equipment manufacturing and electric motor suppliers and sell it to the rental agency through FBOs and showrooms and direct sales. Out of 53,000 crores of agriculture equipment market in India, we are going to target the power tiller market, which values 794 crores, which yearly adapter who eagerly looking forward to increase the profit. We are going to start our market in Tamil Nadu, and we are going to be with get a good attained market. We are going to move to the next states of India.
So with 3 lakhs of selling price and 7.5% profit margin for selling each tiller, we'll be getting a cumulative revenue of 245 crore rupees at the end of 5 years, with 40% annual growth rate addressing the Tamil Nadu market. So this is the product which we are developed early with a strong funding and mentoring support from IIT Madras, with which we had validated our wireless technology. You can see Mr. Mariappan has been riding the vehicle in all directions with minimum inputs provided by the Sandberg team. So this vehicle has been tested in farmland for more than 3 months, for which more than 570 farmer and rental agency has provided us a letter of intent to buy our power tiller through FPO. So we have been funded by IIT Madras and Tamil Nadu government up to 10 lakhs and applied for a patent for the wireless technology and adaptation of the farmer. So currently we have been working on the final prototype, which is going to be coming with both wireless as well as manual driving system for certifying CMVR and agriculture machinery certification from the Government of India. So VST, Camco, Greaves and Kubota are the major competitors in this market. Though Greaves and Kubota have lower capex, its operational cost is drastically going up, which makes the VST and Camco giving a quick hedge in this market with 70% of the Indian market share. We position ourselves as a low lifetime expense product with highly eco-friendly product to the farmer. With 10x lower operational cost and 2x higher power and eco-friendly product for the farmer. In India, the government is providing subsidized electricity for the farmer. We are going to leverage that with which the farmers can charge their vehicle at the farmland. So the operational cost is going to come down to 0 rupees if they're going to do this kind of activities.
So like our father, 80% of Indian farmers are low-income farmers who prefer to rent a power tiller rather than buying it. So Sandbird has a strong potential to improve the life of farmers, my 5 lakhs farmers across India, just in 5 years. Thereby supporting the Indian government dream project of doubling the farmer income. So I see tillers which consume 128 crore liters of diesel worth of 9,600 crores, which emit a tailpipe emission of CO2 equivalent to 30,000 grown trees in each and every year. So Sandbird electric tiller comes an alternate to IC tiller, which reduce impact burden and support the clean India. Magma can effectively mitigate 2.4 million tons of CO2 in the first year to 142 million tons of CO2 in the 5th years of sales operations. Moreover, we are working on 5 SDG goals from zero hunger to low poverty. So, and here we have the product sustainable roadmap where we are working on wireless and manual driving systems right now. And we are going to launch our second version with a completely autonomous power tiller. And our third version will be introducing an application which the farmers can know the type of crops to be grown in a certain stage to get a maximum amount of yield.
So currently we have been in product development stage. We have been developing our final MAP, after which we'll be manufacturing a small unit of 10 products and sell it to the rental agency through FPO. After getting certification such as CMVR and agriculture machinery certification. And in 2022, we'll be setting up a small plant and sell 143 units and get a revenue of 4.2 crore rupees. And in 2026, we'll be upgrading our product to the second version, which is going to be completely autonomous power tiller, which will be boosting up our sales, also increase the profit of farmer. So for which we are in need of 1.5 crore rupees to convert our letter of intent signed by 570 farmer and rental agency to actual sales. So and get certification and attain 500 plus paying customer and generate 20 lakhs of revenue before 2021. This can give us a runway of 18 months and prove our customer, validate our customer with user case. So me, Ajit and Bala are the co-founders of Sandbird. We both have been working together for the past 5 years with 4 patents in hand right now. We took this as our lifetime goal to ease the efforts of low-income farmer. We have been backed by a strong mentor team. For example, Mr. Advaiti Amal, CEO of PM3 Agri Service, India's largest rental agency in India, who owns the most number of tractors and tillers, as our core mentor and also our strategic partner. And Mr. Kiran Anand, Principal Counselor of CAA, helping us with the battery pack and energy management and network connection. A special thanks to Mohan and Shantanu who has been helping us to accelerate our growth in this 1 week of operation. So thank you for patiently listening during the crisis time. We have been accelerated by FLCTD and IESA, supported by UNIDO, BE and the Sangam team, and funded by CEZC and TNEGC of Tamil Nadu government. Kindly join us the journey to ease the efforts of low-income farmer with 10x lower operational cost for farming equipments. A special thanks to the Together 2021 team, which has been exponentially doing well in this 1 week.
Thank you, Team Sandbird. And now judges will have hands up and take your questions. And I'm Ashutosh, you have like the most amazing trick. Like you're like that person on the game show is like, I'm in. I love it. It's fantastic. Your energy is infectious. Over to you, my friend.
Great to see that you already have somebody from EM3 to guide you. EM3 and Tringo, they are the market leaders here.
Yes.
So what I'm still trying to figure out is that do you want to leverage the rental model and possibly, you know, play the farm equipment rental game, or are you the innovator, the person who has designed and manufactured, or you want to continue improvising on the tiller and let somebody else take care of the rental for you, or
Great
will you
question.
be willing to do both? Also,
Okay.
I haven't seen, I mean, the horsepower, specifications
Okay.
of your tiller. I mean, I assume it's less than 15 horsepower, but what does it give as output?
Okay. So coming back to the first question, so we're going to start with the sales. So we are going to provide it to the rental agency because the Indian market in India, 80% of farmers are low income farmer who is not like capable enough to buy their vehicle.
No, I have all the data. Only 1.8% farmers in India, they own a tiller, and the ratio for tractors is also very low.
Yeah.
So do you want to focus on the device, or do you want to
device.
Focus on the rental part of it? And
no, like okay, okay, so we are going to focus on the technology part and sell it to the rental agency and farmer. Like starting with the farmer, rental agency who is going to be the early adapters looking for multiple profit. So they are the one who has been looking for multiple equipments, trying different things to increase the profit. So for them, we are going to give it the product which is going to accelerate the return of investment from 70 to 300% with 25% lower margin than the actual amount. So for the low income farmer, they're going to rent it. So obviously,
how competitive are you compared with Tringo and others?
No, like we are not competitor with the market. Like rental agency, we are going to sell it. So Mr.
I know, but
is going
Tringo
to be
is Tringo is the rental service from Mahindra. They also provide similar tillers, right? So how competitive are you?
Okay. So okay, good question. First of all, so most of the power tiller, so for example, we can take Mr. Advaiti Aman, who is our core mentor. We have been working with him for the past 3 to 4 months. So he has been he has been having not only one product. For example, John D. He has been having tractors or power tiller from different sector. So tractor and power tiller itself is going to be something different. Power tiller has been concentrating more on the wetland, not on the dry land. And Mahindra has been concentrating on the dry land, which is going to be for tractor, not power tiller. So in power tiller market, there are 2 players which is going to be indigenous, VST and Camco. Other than this player, for example, Greaves and Kubota, assemble it in India and sell it to different people. So our manufacturing plant is going to be in partnership with Greaves or Kubota. We have been targeting Greaves because they've been getting their product from China, assembling it here and selling it to people. So if this is the case, like what we have been leveraging is the number of moving components with our tiller is going to be like very low. So we are going to design the product, use their assembly plant to assemble it, so and sell it to the farmer and to their options. Major market which we have been looking is that rental agency, which we have been collaborating with the rental market. Their core component is going to be with the playing with the amount, like price point, return of investment, which they've been looking for. Yes, that answers your question.
Not much, not very satisfied. What components are you importing, and what is the percentage of indigenization here?
Okay, like Balana, do you like to take the question or
yeah, I can take the question. So like we are like getting the motors and batteries from the other suppliers, and the frames and kind of controls we are manufacturing here and assembling. We are going to assemble each and every part, like getting motors and batteries and controllers. Then we have to assemble with this here to assembling plants. Yeah.
Okay. And does this come as a CKD unit or as, I mean, semi knockdown unit, or what? I mean, you import the spares, or what is the duty that is attracted on this?
So like,
okay,
take the question.
Take it.
Okay, this is for the farmer rent, like selling it. You have been saying about, or for buying?
No, maybe the BLDC motors and other things that you import. Is it in the completely knockdown format, or semi knockdown format, or completely built format? I mean, like.
No, it's completely built format.
Complete. And what is the duty on that? Import duty on that?
Like I'm not completely sure about that. I will also I will look at that and I will come back to you like
Yeah,
in the
because
exact.
there is where the alarm is, because the duty has been rising every year. Initially, it was 5 to 10%. Now it's reaching somewhere around 20 to 40%, and it will increase in this year's budget as well. So importing from China and assembling in India is no longer a smarter, strategy to follow. Possibly you want to look at, localization and
Correct,
greater
correct.
percentage of indigenization. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we are didn't
yes.
look at the final stage because like in the part of the final MEP development. So once this is done, like we can look at the supply chain and look at the correct pricing model so that we know what is going to be done for each and everything. So as of now, the motor price is going to be $530. So if that's going to be on sales, like they've been giving it at $430 the least if, on this one repeatable buying part. So that's what the thing which we have been having right now.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, guys. Next question goes to Anchor.
Hey, great work, guys. Really impressed with your working MVP, and I'm seeing at least 350 LOIs. Uh, I just want to understand your viewpoint. Have you guys thought of any other GTM strategy, which is instead of becoming a complete manufacturing unit or starting it, is there a possibility of you guys becoming a just tech company and let the existing manufacturers run this show? Maybe I'm just throwing an idea, maybe a Mahindra itself, maybe a Lafarge, maybe a DJOS. Uh, just outsource them once you have your patent and IPs in place. Is that a possibility, or do you think that's not a viable GTM?
No, like this is a very good point. Like this is what we have also been addressing it. I also mentioned it before. Like Greaves has been having only the assembly plant. So this like as we are been having like doesn't have like huge number of manufacturing components. So as IC engine when compared to IC engine. So we can leverage their assembly plant, but that cannot be like said that right now because we have to like go with the IP, get it granted, and then like speak with them and see like what is going to be the possibility with the market. So we have some more time to left with the to be like exact with the answer. But as of now, like we have been planning for the same because it's going to like reduce the capex which we can play with.
Got it. I'm good. Thank you. All the
Yeah,
best,
like
guys.
also Kiran Anand, one of your colleagues has been like helping with the battery pack and energy management, principal counselor of CAA.
Okay, great.
Okay, judges, would love to get another questions or a question or two in for the team.
So I understand that almost 40% of the total cost of an electric vehicle is actually the battery pack. In your case, what is the cost of the battery pack and the cost of the equipment, and what percentage is the battery of the total cost?
Yeah, same. Like it goes around like 30 to 40%. Like this market has also been like the price of the battery has been drastically coming down in recent year. So that's why like we can also like completely fix with the 3 lakhs. It can also go down to some extent because in the battery technology which we have been having right now, and in 2023 where we are going, 2023 where we are going to officially launch the vehicle is going to be completely different. So as of now, it's been like costing around 60 to 70,000 for the battery. But the same amount has been like leveraging with the gearbox which they've been having. So we have been having like one good motor which can drive the entire vehicle. So this is what like where we have been exactly playing with the mechanical as well as the electrical component.
So is it a lithium battery pack, or you can use lead acid battery packs also with swapping technology?
Correct. Like we are the amount has been like an average amount which I've been saying with when compared to lithium as well as the lead acid battery. So the both like 3 lakhs is also been the same the average amount. When compared to the rental agency, they have been looking for high rent time, but the high like even if that's going to be for higher capex like capital expense, they have been like in need of higher margin as well as higher runtime. So this like this is the market, like this is the thing which we have been validating in our current MVP. Both we have been developing 5 lead acid, 5 lithium ion, put it to the farmer and rental agency, see which works. Because like usually they've been running for 3 or 3.5 hours, that's the maximum, taking some kind of rest. So where we can swap the battery and go with the other battery and get good margin.
One last question. The orders or the interest that you have, is it for the lithium battery pack or for the lead acid battery pack?
So we have been having interest on the lead acid battery pack. It can because like we as a farmer know the capital expense is the one which has been driving the market. So like we have, and also the traction can also be playing a major role when lead acid battery, the huge amount of weight is also being needed for getting good traction, or like traction in the sense the torque traction, so power. So this can give us the leverage with that. So we have been looking for the lead acid battery. So but the early adapters who is going to be the rental agency have been looking for high this one driving like runtime. So we have to validate, like this is the final thing which we are going to validate and then take it to the market. And also like one good one feedback from you. So can you like connect with us with the CMRV certifications or the agriculture machinery certification in India, as you're a pioneer in this industry?
Sure. And for all the compliance, we have Startup India here. Don't worry about anything.
Okay, sure. Okay. That's one ask for you.
Okay, great. Any other judges? One last, we got time for one last question if anyone wants to jump in. Okay, sounds like we're good from the group. So thank you guys. And now we will talk about what happens next. Vino will bring us back to the presentation. Okay, so thanks to our judges. Now, again, they'll have time with this last presentation from Sandberg to take a moment and to reflect and to get their notes together. And what will be happening is behind the scenes, we have our crack team from Together 2021 who will be compiling and doing the math on these results, and then getting everything ready, nailing it down, and then we're going to come back and we're going to have our announcement. But while they're doing all that in the background and taking care of everything, now we've got some special guests. And Kavya, I'm going to turn to you to introduce our first special guest today.
Thank you so much, Chris. It gives me such pleasure and absolute honor to introduce Mr. Ashneer Grover. He's the CEO and co-founder of Bharat Pay, a leading fintech company that serves offline retailers and businesses. The investment banker turned entrepreneur has been deeply involved in the startup ecosystem. He led Growfirst as a CFO prior to conceptualizing and bringing to market Bharat Pay. Bharat Pay stands for all the financial needs of small and local merchants as the largest offline player of UPI acceptance in India. The National Startup Award winner Bharat Pay empowers shop owners to accept payments from any payment app for free. Ashneer, we are so great to have you. We are so glad to have you as a part of the Together 2021 initiative and request you to please say a few words. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me here, and it's always a pleasure to speak to youngsters, especially when people are thinking about entrepreneurship. So I'll just keep it very short and simple. I'll give you a brief intro to me and then the business, and happy to take any questions thereafter. So I'm born and brought up in Delhi. Did my undergrad from IIT Delhi in 2004. That's when a lot of startup founders, incidentally, today that you see around came out from. And then I did my MBA from IIM Ahmedabad. And for the first 7 years, I was working with Kotak Investment Banking. And I did a lot of deals there. I did close to 10 deals worth $3 billion, M&A, IPOs, learned a lot about how people perceive value creation, how fundraising happens. And after 7 years, I got bored. So I moved on and joined Amex. My job at Amex was to invest money on behalf of Amex in payment companies. And that's when I got my hands dirty into payments and fintech. From 2013 till 15, while I was at Amex, I would have met more than 100 startup founders. Almost everyone that you see around doing fintech, most of the people I know personally, therefore. In 15, decided I had seen enough of banking. You know, Amex was a bank, Kotak was a bank. So I'd been a banker for 9 years. I decided to do something else. So a friend of mine, Albinder, was starting Grofers, and I joined him as the CFO. Had a great time at Grofers, raised close to $170 million while I was there, built the business from 30 orders a day to 30,000 orders a day. But after 2.5 years at Grofers, what I realized was what I'd learned there uh, in running a startup for 2.5 years was incrementally much more than I had learned in the first 9 years. And in mid 2018 is when I decided to start Bharat Pay. The idea was very simple. If you spoke to a shopkeeper, he was not willing to take digital payments only and only for one reason, and the reason was that he had to pay a commission, right, or an MDR as we call it. So my idea was that what if we could make MDR zero, make the merchant accept payments digitally, and once you have visibility on how much payment the merchant is taking in, one could simply lend to the merchant. And that's what we started with. We came out with the first interoperable UPI code in the country way back in 2018. The only other people doing QR codes back then was Paytm and PhonePe, but both of them were doing QR codes which were purely branded as themselves. They were not UPI branded QR codes at all. Secondly, we came up with the concept of a zero MDR. Prior to us, anyone who did merchant acceptance basically charged the merchant for that. I found it very funny because in UPI, technically there's no difference between a P2P architecture and P2M architecture. So there was no point of paying any fees, right? Basically, the way you send money to a friend in a very similar mechanism, you could send money to a merchant. So we made the MDR zero. And over the last 2 years, it's been a tremendous story or a tremendous growth story for us and the team. We have actually become the largest merchant acquirer in the country. We have acquired more than 5 million merchants. On a monthly basis, we are now doing 8 crore transactions a month or 80 million transactions a month, worth close to $550 million a month. So we are transacting more than $7 billion on an annualized basis through our QRs. We did not stop at the QR. We also launched our Visa Mastercard acceptance. Again, path breaking. We were the first ones to actually offer Visa Mastercard acceptance at zero fees or an optionally at zero fees. We sell all our machines to the merchant, and thereafter he has an option of either keeping money with us for 15 days and not paying an MDR, or pay an MDR of 1% at any point of time and take the money to the bank account. But more importantly, what we have done is we have opened the lending market for these merchants. Today, as I speak, we have more than 85,000 merchants active with loans with us. These loans amount to close to 380 crores of loans. So we have actually lent out and have a book of 380 crores lent out to these small shopkeepers. And it has been a big lifesaver for the shopkeepers because um, our QR actually kept them in business during COVID. And to come out of COVID, we have in fact become the default lender in the market. These are pure unsecured loans. You take a loan from your QR settlement itself. Every month we deduct the loan servicing, and the balance amount we sort of um, uh, put into your bank account. Um, as I look forward to the next 2 years, we have now even become more aggressive. We want to actually grow our payment volume or TPV from $7 billion to $30 billion by March 23 and at the same time grow the $50 $55 million to $700 million from here on. And that's what keeps me excited. That's what keeps me ticking. um, at at Bharat, I think we've one of the things I'm more proud of is the fact that we have built one of the strongest teams by getting people from different startups, from different industries to come together and work with the mission of building um, uh, an alternate lending business to the small merchants. So that's about us at Bharat Pay. I'm very happy to sort of take questions.
Kavya, I think we have a time for you to throw a couple questions.
Sure. Ashneer, thank you first of all for agreeing to do this and for lending these wonderful inspirational words to all of these students. I had a couple of questions that came in from the students as well. It is often a very big risk that an entrepreneur takes to when he shifts from a nice good paying job to starting their own venture. What was that journey like for you? Was that a lot of times, do you think that it is better that the students start early, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so see, I'm not your typical startup founder in the sense that I did not, go from the college hostel to a garage and start doing things from day one. I've actually spent close to 9 years in traditional industry doing banking before I took the plunge, and initially as a plunge as a co-founding team member, and eventually a larger plunge as the founder. My learning has been that uh, you know I can only speak for myself here, but if you've already worked and you know how the world works, it gives you slight advantage in terms of being aware of about things, right? So for me, um, I'm very clear what needs to be disrupted and what is to be taken as a given, right? And doesn't need to be changed. Um, Sometimes what I've seen is when people start immediately after college, the level of knowledge on how the world works is itself not established. And therefore, what you need to change is also not that much clear. And then you end up trying to change everything. So, my view is work for a few years and take the plunge at the right point of time. Also, I feel if you've worked hard to a good college or got good education, first you need to make yourself financially secure, right? So you can't be double guessing your decision because it takes full commitment, right? So if you need to make money for a few years, make that money, right? There's no harm in it, there's no shame in it. Once you're beyond money, very truly in your head, money stops giving you pleasure, is when you should actually jump into doing something of your own. So do it for the right reason. There's nothing cool in being a founder. Let me tell you that it's the most misconceived thing. On 1st of January this year, right at 8 a.m., I was in at the police station, right? So I can tell you, it seems very glamorous from outside. What you have to do on a daily basis is a lot of grind.
Absolutely. But the rewards, I hope, are worth the grind.
Yeah, I think, see, personally, for me, the reward is to build something new. The reward is to build an institution, build a new business, and to be responsible for livelihood of you know thousands of people. I think that becomes the reward, right? I think the perverse reward is when you start enjoying the limelight. See, end of the day, everyone does a business, right? Like, I think tech founders are being in some sense over celebrated because the numbers that you're dealing with all of a sudden become in billions, right? But my view on this is, um the true reward is if you build something which is sustainable. The true
Mhm.
reward is you can if you can go back and sleep and be very excited about coming to office the next day and doing the same thing over and over again, much deeper, and move towards profitability. So for me, the true reward would be actually when I don't have to go to an investor to raise money because I've become profitable, right? A lot of the time, a lot of people celebrate fundraise, but to me, that is a sad part of being in this business, that you have to go back again and again to raise money. True success for me is you don't have to raise money.
Thank you so much, Ashneer. That was really some insightful. That was great advice, and I'm sure I can see the comments pouring in. These were words that will last with the students for a long time. Thank you very much,
My
Chris.
pleasure.
Thank you, Ashnir. And yes, thank you for reminding us that there are very many, very different roads and paths to entrepreneurship, and that they come as opportunities that we should always keep our eyes out for at different stages and moments in our lives. So thank you for sharing that with the group today. And we greatly appreciate it. On to our next introduction, Kavya.
Absolutely. I can't tell you how much pleasure and delight it gives me to introduce somebody I've considered a mentor myself, Mr. Purohit. He's the CEO of Tata Click. Mr. Purohit has a long and wide startup experience in the fields of retail, fashion, e-commerce. He has held coveted positions as the director and head at Amazon Fashion, CEO of Planet Retail, head of retail at Reliance Brands Limited, and also headed the business operations at Tommy Hilfiger and various other most coveted brands. He is an NTSC scholar and Aditya Birla scholar from Aditya Birla Group and has been identified as leader of leaders from Amazon Global. He has also won the title of National Young Manager. He holds a postgraduate diploma from IIM Bangalore and an engineering degree from IIT Varanasi. Mr. Purohit, your leadership skills have been a source of inspiration for many. I will request you to please take the stage and share a few words of inspiration with the hundreds of student entrepreneurs who are looking right at you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and very good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on which time zone everyone is. Absolute pleasure. Pleasure because I'm talking to a set of people who are going to start on an entrepreneurial journey. And I'm the one who never took this plunge. I took this plunge once and decided to go back to salaries within 6 months, right? So you are talking to the right guy to learn what not to do. And this is in a family where my brother has made his bank account go to zero thrice in his life in pursuit of building a company. He's an entrepreneur and has been at it for 20 years. He has built a software product company called Booker based out of Bangalore. That's him. And here am I. I have changed 6 jobs, not earned my gratuity yet. Most probably this job, I am already 4.5 years. So this is my first gratuity. And Yet I think I'm an entrepreneur. And I'll tell you the difference is all my 6 jobs were startups or turnarounds, including the company where I am today. I started day zero, and it has been 4.5 years. We have brought it to a 2,000 crore turnover, and whatever. We intend to take it to a $2 billion in the next 3 years. And that's what excites me, and I understand the kick which most of you must be looking forward to, because give me a business where ask me to grow it at 2% year on year, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but that's not who I am. I love to work in the chaos of 100% growth, but I'm not as strong as many of you. I still want a paycheck coming to my house to take care of my family's lifestyle. So with that, let me quickly start. It's a privilege to share with you many of my failures and learnings. Started very small town, Udaipur. I don't even know, the population was 500,000 people. Back then, we had only 2 options: you become a doctor or an engineer, otherwise you are a failure in life. So yes, we became engineer, got into engineering college. Um, exactly, and exactly like many of us, the moment you get into engineering college, you are away from your parents and no one to tell you to study. Start with that. Sitting in college, we start with those. We are here for gaining knowledge and not grades, right? Will sound familiar to many of you. It's a very lazy excuse not to study, right? And that's what I did for 4 years. I was, when I graduated from BHU, Banaras Hindu University, Mechanical Engineering, I was second last in my class of Mechanical Engineering. And for various reasons, very unfortunate for the college, I was being given the Best Student Award in 4th year. And when I went to take that medal, and my professor said that we don't know how to justify this, right? And then one of them asked me that why you didn't study, and I told the gentleman that I was never here for mechanical engineering. I always wanted to do MBA. I got through all the IIMs, and no, this is not what I wanted to do. And this gentleman, Professor Dwivedi, he told me one thing which at that point of time I completely dismissed. But that has become an anchor for my life since. I left college. And he said, because don't take up anything that you don't want to do. But once your name is associated with something, um, don't do an average job. Hit it out of the park. Even if it is sweeping the floor, sweep the floor. And this was him being very dramatic. Sweep the floor so well that someone, if God is watching the earth, he'll say, "Oh wow, that corner of earth is shining." And I looked at him like this. I'm like, I don't know what this oldie is on, and I moved on. But trust me, guys, this is one life. Every single day, what drives me is now those words which tell me that I'm not going to check the box, right? There are millions and millions of people doing that, and that's not my assumption. Is we are born for, right? And it can be anything, and that's a request I have. I liked what Ashish mentioned, that um, don't become an entrepreneur to sound cool, look cool, sit out of Starbucks, WeWork, or wherever you think you'll sit. Um, don't do it for those reasons. Um, I am a very big believer in Daniel Pink as an author. Um, his book Drive, and we I have been trying to find out why we work, whatever we do. Why do we do it? And he puts a very beautiful model that everyone works for three reasons: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Now, of course, purpose comes first. And that's where I guess what Ashish was saying is many a times people who start afresh without any work experience might be misguided on purpose or might not be clear on purpose. So I'm assuming that's what he meant. Um, be very clear why you are doing what you are doing. And even if it means that you are there to build a valuation, it doesn't gel with my uh, ethics, but there is nothing wrong in it. Be very clear. I'm here to create a value for the shareholders, right? And one of my best friends has done it in last 18 months and built a $300 million company in just 18 months. So nothing wrong with it. It's but be very clear about it. Don't confuse yourself by saying I'm here to change the world and solve this and solve that, and um, all the time what you're doing is trying to see how to get the next round of valuation. So be very clear about your purpose. Be very clear about what you want to master, and that's about going deep versus going wide. Let me share with you. Once I cleared my MBA, joined Aditya Birla Group, and I was assigned to a company called Madura, which was just acquired by Aditya Birla Group. And my manager he had worked in Unilever for 15 years, and he had joined and believed in grinding and grounding people like how. And I went with a chip on my shoulder. Hey, here I am from I am. The world is waiting for me to change management and mankind. And of course, he had seen millions like me before. So what he decided was, he said, because I'm sending you to Vidarbha, go and set the region right. I didn't know why am I being sent to Vidarbha, and went there. And Vidarbha is a central part of India. This was the month of April. Temperatures were 47 degrees, and that's when I realized why I was sent there. My job was to sit on a bike with a salesman and travel, um, and try to sell in the remote parts of Latur, Akola, Amravati, Gondia, Gadchiroli. These are very small districts of India. Some of them were Naxalite districts, right? Then I was sent to a place called Bhuj in June, um, where the temperatures were 50 degrees. Buses, I had to travel in state transport buses, and buses didn't have cushion. These were metal seats. You will wet the towel, put it on the bus, on the seat, and sit on that and travel. Um, then in the month of June, July, and August, I was sent to Bombay, where I had to carry a 10 kg bag which had swatches. I had to go to every shop. The only mode of traveling was local trains. It was raining cats and dog for those 2 months. I had to catch the train, go from station to station, get down, walk, go to shops, take orders, find the nearest phone booth, call up the distributor, and narrate the order. Then I was called and I was told that we are launching Allen Solly women's wear, and I was like, wow, this will be exciting. And I was sent to a warehouse in Kodi Chikkanhalli in Bangalore, um, and my job was to scan, pick, pack, load, and chase the truck drivers whether the products are reaching in the stores before the launch. I was the only one who understood English or Hindi in the warehouse. Everyone else could speak only Kannada. The only vegetarian thing in that place was sambar and rice. And I was a hardcore North Indian who wanted his roti and sabzi and achar and papad and all of that stuff. Um, all that I'm sharing with you is that this is the grounding and the grinding um, which like really ripped apart that chip on my shoulder and how. And that's a request I have. Don't believe in um, you. If you're not going to go through a struggle, you will not learn a lot of things. And that's a request I have. Don't take the easy path. And perhaps if Ashish believes that the easy path is funding, then yes, sometimes that's the easy path. I also can't believe how people can celebrate uh, getting a loan, right? In my times, people used to hide the fact that we had to get a loan. But maybe I'm old now, and these are different times. But that's a request I have. Uh, one more thing which I'll share with you is importance of inputs, right? Many a times we are judged by the outputs, and many of you, unfortunately, will build organizations which will take pride in saying um, results at any cost, and these leaders are celebrated. And um, I was surprised once, and again, because I joined 10 minutes back. I could hear only Ashish, so I'm quoting him. Um, I was surprised to see one of the tech entrepreneurs as the businessman of the year next to Mr. Narayan Moody. And no, this person had not built an organization. This person had only built valuation, right? And putting him next to Mr. Narayan Murthy, who has built an organization, I felt was an insult to Mr. Narayan. Again, I'm an old man, so pardon me for my really archaic thought processes. But that importance of building an organization around inputs, I learned at Amazon. None of us had sales as a KRA at Amazon. The only goals are inputs, and you can only set all your targets around inputs. So if I have to achieve X sales, what are the inputs which will go in to get those sales? And that's what we were all always aligned on. If we met all our inputs and still didn't achieve an output, we will go back and see what went wrong. Did we miss out some input? Did we miss out um, how much is the contribution of this input to the output? And we'll work again for the next year. But no, we never had sales in our KRA, and that's just one part of that organization. It's one of the greatest organizations that ever could be, and it was a learning experience beyond my dreams. I also worked at an organization which was an Indian organization, which once the moment I joined told me that you should work like a owner. And I said, I do work like a owner, so you don't have to tell me that. And first month I worked for till 2 in the night, practically every night. I work on Saturdays, I worked on Sundays. Um, and when I got the salary in my hand, it was quite less. And I went to HR, and HR said, yes, we have deducted 3 days of salary. And I said, why? They said, because 6 times you have swiped after 9:30 a.m. in the morning, right? I said, yeah, but because I was leaving at 2 or 3 in the night. And HR's point was that doesn't matter. You swiped after 9:30 a.m. Now, this is not the kind of organization you build in today's world, right? So my request to you guys is focus on inputs. Figure out why are you doing what you're doing? What's the purpose, right? Don't check the box. This is not why you are getting into entrepreneurship. Um, Decide whether you're going to go wide or you're going to go deep. I took a call for my career that um, I will remain in retail, um, and I'll go wide within retail, but basically I'll go deeper and deeper into retail. So I have done supply chain, I have done product, I have done marketing, I have done P&L, but everything in retail. And I didn't opt out of retail as a field. But that was a personal call. And some of you might want to say, I'll be a expert in this across various industries, or my startup will be an expert in a function across various industries, but figure out what's the problem you're solving. Goes back to what is the purpose that you are building the organization for. Last but not the least, I think my time is going to be up in a couple of minutes. Last but not the least is get a crack team together. I started something for 4 months. It was a startup, and we closed it within 4 months primarily because me and my co-founder uh, didn't work out for us, right? So the importance of team, and I'm not saying that he was wrong or I was wrong. It just didn't work out. The importance of team is underrated, and it's not just the co-founders; it's the people that you get. If you can afford um, 3 people of ordinary intelligence, go for one person of extraordinary intelligence. But don't compromise on the quality of talent that you get in the organization, because uh, if we throw peanuts, we get monkeys, right? And I'm not equating the two. It's a very famous saying from one of my managers, and he always used to tell me that, because if you can afford 3 people, recruit one. I'm fine if you go out and pay higher salary equal to those 3 people, but get a person who will make the organization think at the next level. When people join us today at Tata Click, we make it very clear on day one something which is so important. We tell them that we are not a family, and it's kind of being a Tata company, many people get shocked. And we tell them that we are a team. We have come together for a purpose. We will enjoy like hell, but there is a purpose towards which each one of us has to contribute. And anyone including the captain, if he stops contributing towards that purpose, is dispensable. And that sets the tone very right from day one, right? There are no free riders, there are no that stuff. Lastly, we did an experiment 6 months back. After learning from COVID, we decided that we will not have any leave policy. Today, we have done away with any leave policy in the organization, and that's when we realized that we made people autonomous. I'm going back to Daniel Pink, people work for autonomy, mastery, and purpose. When we told people that we are not monitoring you, we don't care when you work, how much you work. We don't want you to work towards output, just work towards input. Um, it was surreal. People said, seriously, I can go for 20 days leave in a month? Sure, go. We have no problem as long as whatever inputs you have to deliver, you're delivering. And people for the first 1 month were skeptical. Second month, they started taking leave. Third month, they started taking more leave. Fourth month, they stopped taking leave because some of them started feeling guilty. And this is human nature. And that's a request I have. Don't underestimate human nature. Don't think that people who will come with you on this journey are on this for money, right? And that's a mistake which many founders do. They treat themselves much, much more important than anything else in the organization, and they end up with a set of people who are yes man. Build people around you who can challenge you. I have seen a founder once. I didn't work with him. I just interacted with something where if the founder says in the organization that we have to go to the moon, everyone will run towards that scooter, right? Okay, sir, let's go, right? And my point was, you should have been asking the question that why are we going to the moon? How much time will it take? Who all are coming? What do we have to pack? What's the plan to come back? Are we going to stay there? But no, the founder didn't want a culture like that. Founder took pride in saying that, see, I said walk to the moon, and suddenly everyone is here with their scooters.
That's great advice. Thank you so much, Mr. Purohit. I think this has been a wonderful experience for all the students present here today who got to hear so much of your journey. And we are so grateful that you could join us today. I personally, as you know, regard you as my mentor. So thank you very much for being so kind to join us today. Chris, over to you.
Thank you, and thanks for the time. We appreciate it. And I'm going to remember that sweeping the floor story. That was an excellent one. Okay, now it brings me great pleasure to introduce our next special guest, Mr. Nadir Godrej. of the managing director at Godrej Industries. And I have to tell you, this is very exciting for me. A veteran of Indian industry, Mr. Godrej has played an important role in developing so many aspects of the Godrej business. And he is also, in addition to that, with everything that he's done and accomplished and the things that he's done in his life, he is also a member of our Schulich Advisory Council in India, and we appreciate that deeply. And I have to tell you, sir, you gave me the highlight for me of an inspirational moment of the entire pandemic when you came on one of our webinars and read your poem that you wrote about the pandemic and how India was going to get through it and persevere. And it's our great pleasure and honor to have you here with us today. Welcome to the virtual stage, sir.
Thank you very much, Chris. Good evening to every Indian friend. Good morning to friends at the other end. Thanks to our startups, we are all excited. And I, for sure, am most delighted to share my entrepreneurial trip. I hope our students will get a grip on what it takes to succeed, and also why we definitely need to solve a problem while making a buck, and the role of thought, toil, and luck. Great oaks from little acorns grow, and the giant businesses we know most often had a tiny start, and all would like to learn the art of building structures that sustain for public good and private gain. Alas, I didn't start from scratch, but some hints you might still catch from my fascinating story, filled with setbacks and some glory. And if you are your own master, you can achieve it that much faster. Our businesses were of a size, but we still could make them rise. It started with our illustrious founder. We couldn't have asked for someone sounder. Though just a lawyer by profession, invention was his obsession. His first case was in Zanzibar, and though he proved to be a star, the fact that he was obliged to lie then made him feel he could not fly that dubious practice anymore, as honesty was at his core. Now, Mahatma Gandhi was a friend, and self-rule then the future trend. Ardesha once just pointed out that he had a serious doubt that deep economic dependence might well preclude our independence, a point the Mahatma conceded. But then he promptly proceeded to turn the tables on his friend and asked him to work to that end. And so he set up his venture, which proved to be quite an adventure. Ardesha's focus was invention. His single-minded intention was proving that he could do it. He could succeed, and he knew it. For Indian goods could be the best, surpass the British by every test. To greater heights he would aspire. His safes survived ordeal by fire. He always had in his sight total customer delight. There was no limit to his scope. He worked as hard in tackling soap. For many years he tried his hand until he could well understand the ins and outs of making soap. To vegetarians he gave new hope. The other makers were all callow and made their soaps from lard and tallow. But thanks to his determined toil, fine soap could now be made from oil. Our Lal Bulk factory was constricted. The prospects there were quite restricted. His distractors couldn't understand, but Firoz Shah bought Vikhroli land. His motivation was to expand. But one also has to understand that workers' welfare was in his heart, and that played a major part. We always had great respect for every gender, group, or sect. The move to Vikhroli gave us space. We entered the oleochemicals race, and thus began our chemical story, a tale of trouble as well as glory. And as the leaders we soon played, and my father quite quickly made stearic acid of cosmetic grade, not as usually done in the trade, by the laborious method of triple pressing. You see, Papa didn't believe in messing around. His one-step inspiration was fractional distillation. Now, long ago, he had seen the benefits of alpha olefin. An industry-wide proposal was made. Unfortunately, it was downplayed. The technology fee was rejected, and Papa was most dejected. But he could never say die. Again and again he would try. And as our story does unfold, You'll see we've always been so bold. His persistence was undoubtedly great, and Lurgi helped him to innovate. An oleochemical process was found, though the economics weren't that sound. We went through trials and tribulations, and profits went through some gyrations. But fatty alcohols came into our fold, and now we are quite happy, truth be told. GGIC first started well, but then we hit a troubled spell. I had no idea what was in store. 1 year, our loss was 80 crore. We wondered why we had invested in something so strange and untested as making olefins from oil. It hardly seemed worth all that toil. But alcohol was an intermediate, not ethyl, which gives an immediate kick to all those who imbibe it. And for the audience, I describe it as from chain length C12 to C18. And now this change in tack would mean a change in all our strategy. To lead this change was up to me. I did not do it all alone. My team was good, as is well known. The group was there with all its strengths. To help us out, they went great lengths. A merger helped to save our skin. You must survive before you win. We lived to fight another day. Step by step, we found the way. We had to work to make things right. On every front, we had to fight. Now we had suffered for our sins. But since we stopped the olefins, we had 2 columns that were idle. Not using them was suicidal. Configuring them for fractionation, we used them for the preparation of much desired single cuts. And when we settle into ruts, such innovation gets us out. And I have not the slightest doubt our engineers helped save the day. The continuous improvement way, with the help of all of them, we started off with TQM. We learned a lot of useful stuff, but all that was not enough. We learned to stretch capacity with bellicose rapacity. We focused on the bottlenecks with crips that could well throttle necks. And month by month, the throughput rose. With just an occasional dose of investment in a plant that's new, we kept the number to just a few. We built new plants for fractionation, restarted with our sulfonation. The cost of Indian plants is low, and this enables us to grow. In order to increase our trade, we quite specifically made C1618 cuts from palm, but this had some attendant harm. For every time the feed was changed, the product streams were exchanged. We had more fractionation cost and more material was lost. Our engineers then were the ones who cut the costs with longer runs. From time to time, our plants were down, and this would cause us all to frown. Now, TPM was a solution. For us, it was a revolution. Employee involvement was very high. We saw no limit but the sky. The plants were up more and more. The costs were going to the floor. Everywhere the throughput rose, and we had a healthy dose of cutting costs everywhere. With energy, we took great care. Whatever saving was suggested, we evaluated and invested, and perfect customer delight then got us out of our plight. The catalyst was optimized, the throughput was maximized, and per ton costs were minimized. The profits were then supersized. And as the story does unfold, you see we've always been most bold. Production wasn't the only story. Now marketing brought us some glory. In China, we could sell a lot. We liked the margins that we got. In Argentina and Brazil, our coffers we could slowly fill. Our annual customer survey enables us to whelp away to customers' recorded needs. We know that listening succeeds, but the needs that no one states, our marketing anticipates. Our people are our real strength. We know they'll go to any length, and any problems can be solved if all our people are involved. And every time we hit a low, by now we know how to grow. We face the facts and we own it. We've turned around and grown it. When Lehman's fall caused a rout, the economy was down and out. Our customers said there's no way we possibly could now pay. the prices that we had agreed. We tried but couldn't succeed in getting them to change their mind. And we were left in quite a bind. Our raw materials were now high priced, no matter how we sliced or diced. There was no way to make a buck, unless, of course, we were to chuck our contracts already signed. Some were tempted, but we opined. Our pillar of support was trust, and if it felt we would go bust, we grit our teeth and bore the pain and lived to fight once again. Yes, we paid a heavy price, but all the same, it's very nice. Our suppliers go the extra mile. The story always makes me smile. Establishing trust will cause pain, but the reputation is a gain. Short-term thinking can't sustain, and that is why we should maintain every stakeholder's trust. This for us is a must. It had been a thrilling story with tragic times and fleeting glory. In the face of fear, we must be bold. In troubled times, we mustn't fold. Instead, we must always bet on agility, thought, and sweat, and never turn an eye that's blind. For if we own it, we do find the wonderful colleagues we select and whom we humbly show respect rise to each and every need, and against all odds we do succeed. In earlier times, we could prevail if we achieved the ideal scale. But in the new digital world, a new paradigm is unfurled. But today's startup now expects the benefits of network effects. This is the biggest change I see for perfect growth policy. I share the vision that I see of business and society. In every kind of polity, the have-nots like equality. And often people think it's good to have someone like Robin Hood who creeps upon the rich with stealth and distributes unequal wealth. Someone is there who always panders. Just have a look at Bernie Sanders. And this was tried in many ways long ago in the Soviet days. It's true, disparities were small, although behind the Kremlin wall, officials lived a life of ease while the economy was on its knees. Before we start to distribute, someone else must contribute. And if you take what people make, they will then feel they have no stake. You can be sure that they won't try, they won't produce, they'd rather die. And so, although equality is a desired quality, it can't replace our liberty. We can't produce unless we're free. And yet for years we couldn't see that a socialist society could not produce the goods we needed. And that is why most people heeded the message of free enterprise, a principle that's very wise. But while we must understand the power of the invisible hand, free enterprise is a guiding star, but we shouldn't let it go too far. There is a capitalistic strain that enthrones shareholder gain, and Milton Friedman could well see that this simplistic philosophy could lead to great efficiency. But where there's externality, capitalism, red in tooth and claw, can prove to be a dismal flaw. Correction can come from regulation or even from self-remediation. And Adam Smith himself foresaw that business could address this flaw. It should be clearly understood. One can do well by doing good. Doing it smartly, we do better. So why not be the trendsetter? In capitalism's early days, we see social responsibility in some degree. To dissipate the urban gloom, both Cadbury, Lord Leverhulme, then pioneered the company town. Some observers would surely frown at their extremely paternal attitude, but others might view it with gratitude. We should remember in that age, it compensated their lowly wage. From early days, we can see the links of business with society, which is a very simple thought. Without society's support, no business can truly thrive. It may struggle to survive. It should be clearly understood that businesses can do much good if they make it a point to play by every rule, avoid harm's way. Is there a case to do much more? Upon reflection, I'm very sure In India, we now have CSR, and that can take us very far. Shared value now comes to mind, a strategy we often find. Good business value that's combined with social value intertwined. And businesses have much to gain. By doing good, they sustain. Stakeholders tend to view them well. Good reputations help to sell. Employees think that this is fine. The government is more benign with companies that do no harm. So doing good has its charm. In my experience, I have found that environmentalism is sound. If you intelligently plan it, you can help to save the planet. Whether it's water or energy, with conservation, we can see that small investments save a lot. A high return is often got. The savings can be very nice, even without a carbon price. With energy that is green, in the current Indian scene, utility charges are so high that every time we choose to try sourcing energy that is green, significant savings can be seen. Several technologies now pass, like solar, wind, and biomass. And businesses should now make haste in reducing all their waste. Polluting waste is bad for health. But if we turn our waste to wealth, we never have to pay a price. Don't you think that's very nice? And clever ideas save the day instead of being forced to pay. If all your ideas can be bold, your wretched waste is turned to gold. A virtuous cycle can be built. Take problem solving to the hilt. When helping society is the aim, preposterously I will claim that businesses could do their best, collaborate with all the rest. By solving problems, earn their trust. In a leery world, this is a must. This is the way to survive hostility, but also to thrive. By finding solutions that we need, this is the way to best succeed. With the help of business, I foresee a helpful, thriving society. Unfortunately, what we see is a steep rise in inequality, but startups can play a role in achieving any goal since useful purposes are seen and our startups strive to be green. I am, of course, most delighted. A brighter future can be sighted. The winner will soon be declared, but many learnings will be shared. In time, the losers also gain. Entrepreneurs endure much pain, but from their failures they can learn. One day all teams will get to earn success, wealth, and good esteem. They will then fulfill their dream. All it takes is a thinking brain, combining public good and private gain. Such businesses will sustain. This boot camp will help to train entrepreneurs for a good cause, and all of them deserve our loud applause. Thank you.
Oh, oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Kavya, first thought to you, and then I'm going to say a word.
At a loss of words, sir, you have redefined everything. You have redefined leadership, and today, leadership is you. You have gotten all of these brilliant young entrepreneurs to rally behind this wonderful poem that you just, narrated. We are so grateful to have your support. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very, very much for all the hard work that you put in to support this initiative.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Oh, when I heard, sir, that we were going to have the opportunity to have you with us, my team would tell you that I said quietly to them, "Oh, I don't want to ask, but I really hope maybe he might make another poem." So this was wonderful. You've got me beaming, and I think everyone, you can see in the chat how everybody is replying, and they want you to have the standing ovation that you deserve. Thank you so much for joining us today and doing what you did.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. Okay, Vito, we continue onwards. We're getting closer and closer to the results. We have our next speaker, Kavya, for your introduction.
Absolutely. I am thrilled I have goosebumps right now after Sir's brilliant poem. And it gives me such delight to introduce someone who is a force to be reckoned with in the field of education. It is an honor for me to invite Mr. Nishant Patni, founder Hello English. Mr. Patni is the founder of the second largest language learning app in the world, the largest language learning app in Asia. He obtained his BTech from IIT Bombay and MBA from Kellogg School of Management with a Beta Gamma Sigma honor. His startup, Hello English, was founded in 2011, and it aims to make learning accessible, affordable, and effective for everyone, irrespective of their age, gender, location, or any language that they speak. Today, it is the Asia's most downloaded app with over 50 million downloads, more than 55,000 cities covered, including towns and villages. The users of this language can interact with the app in over 22 vernacular languages of India. Thank you so much, Nishant, for joining us today, and over to you.
Thanks so much for that introduction, Kavya. It's such a pleasure to sort of hear, first of all, Mr. Godrej. That was such an heartwarming, inspiring poem, and it's really difficult to sort of stand up to that. But I will still try my best. But thanks a lot, Kavya. So we're one of the most downloaded educational apps across the world, not the most. A small correction over there. And what I really want to use this is as an opportunity to sort of just share my story on how it all started and how did we get to this point that we are, and maybe some bits over here could be useful to my fellow entrepreneurs who see out there beaming with energy and with enthusiasm. So I'll try my best so that you can sort of pick a little bit of tidbits from here and there. As Kavya said, right? I mean, my backstory is that I was originally a high school coder, so I found myself sort of tinkering around and creating games even as a 12-year-old. And that sort of, streak of creating something, and producing, like solving problems, using the skills that I have and creating something sort of lingered on. And really that got me to start something, when I was in school itself. So what happened was that my passion towards technology took me to IIT Bombay, which is one of the premier sort of engineering institutions in the country. I graduated over there, was sort of, try to identify what is it that attracts me, what is it that really interests me. So I went in for some consulting work. I was lucky enough to get into the Boston Consulting Group, worked with their Bombay office for a couple of years, then decided that that sort of urge to create something was always sort of that itch was always there with me. And so I decided to actually experience it by working with startups themselves. So what happened was I then sort of worked with a couple of startups. One was based out of India, was a solar energy startup. And I was like one of the first recruits in that company. And I really worked with the founders to really see what is it getting your hands dirty, and what is it to really face that intense pressure of can you really survive till the next month given what you're doing in terms of your burn, you cash bootstrapped and so on. And so that was a real experience that sort of got me got my hands really dirty on what entrepreneurship is really like. I then decided to sort of, get a different flavor of entrepreneurship. And I got myself to work with another startup, which was based in San Francisco, which is, so that was back in 2011, actually. And it was before all of the startup culture and the boom sort of that hit India happened, So that opportunity, that window really opened my mind. And what happened was, it was a small company of about 200 people odd. And I was just chosen as a product management intern with one of the founders who really liked my background and said that, maybe there is something that I could do with him. So I was just shadowing him, as a product management intern. And it was fascinating because in that short span of 4 months, that company actually IPO'd. So when I joined, it was a pretty small company, but it actually went public, from being a private company in that matter of 4 months. And that was like the most exciting period of its growth and my personal growth, because I absorbed so much in that journey. And what really got me into entrepreneurship was, was that proof that a handful of really talented people can actually make huge things happen, in a matter of short time. It's obviously, it does involve risk. It does involve a lot of meeting of the minds for a lot of people, but it proved to me, it was like a real live example in front of me to see a very small startup sort of make, a huge company. And that got me to also really, go explore and take that risk that I thought I always wanted to do, as a kid, as a high school coder and so on. So what happened was, I went to business school. Actually, I went to the Kellogg School of Management, and then when I was graduating, I got a chance to sort of study abroad. So I studied abroad in China. They had sort of an exchange program with a business school in China. Uh, and what happened was, I sort of spent 3 months over there living in Shanghai, and I had to really, I was traveling around. I was sort of studying as a business school student over there, and I was a vegetarian. So, backpacking around on a shoestring budget as a vegetarian in China was a concept that was alien to most people out there. But it was interesting because I actually learned the language. I had to really learn Mandarin as a language to sort of survive in the regions, in the sort of interior parts of the country that I was traveling. And it was delightful because, I and what happened was, I actually almost self-coded a small program, that was helping me learn this new language as I was sort of traveling within the country. And boom, that was sort of so what happened was, I was constantly sharing this with my girlfriend back then, who was here in India when I was sort of backpacking around in China. And she also had a similar background in terms of engineering and business school. And she was the one who told me that, you using this to solve your own problem, right? Which was to learn this new language to survive. But if you look around, there are billions, I mean, literally billions of people around us who are trying to do the same, right? Because if you look at the statistics, right, you have above 6 billion people in this world, right? The statistics say that over a billion people, 1 billion people, are trying to learn a new language as we speak. Okay, so it's almost a sixth of the world, right? Who's struggling to learn a new language. It's just astounding, and that actually opened a lot of ideas in my brain, and we started to actually formulate it as a company. So while I had like a fantastic job opportunity to sort of go back to in that Silicon Valley firm, which had just gone public, but I said that let's wait, let's try working on this idea. So I actually, instead of going back to San Francisco from China, I came back to India, and we started this company from a small tier 2 city, Jaipur, which happened to be my hometown. And my girlfriend and I sort of, we worked on that prototype. We got lucky to have a wonderful team to sort of help us out. And, you know, it sort of it just started as a passion project, but fast forward today, it's really streamlined into something which is making a difference to the lives of millions and millions of people. It's an app that sort of teaches people English, basic conversational English that they can use to improve their employability, to teach their kids and so on, from 23 vernacular languages, right? And it has been used by over 50 million people to sort of learn English from whatever language they speak, and to get sort of more employable. And it started as a passion project, but it slowly sort of, we kept working with the idea, and we kept innovating from one point to the other. And we did have like a whole bunch of investors who sort of supported us in the journey, so while initially we just bootstrapped, but we did have, we've raised about $6 million from Tiger Global, who's one of the major VCs, in the US, and a whole bunch of other VCs as well, who sort of backed up in our journey. But what really drives us is this sort of mission, that really empowers the lives of people. So when they can speak better, it allows them to earn better. It allows them to teach their kids better, who in turn do better in their schools. They get to sort of appreciate whatever they are being taught in even other subjects in school, and that is really what drives us and keeps us going. Uh, what really got us here essentially are 3 points, which I feel that all entrepreneurs really need to hold. Whoever I really talk to as entrepreneurs, I share these 3 personal advices that have really worked in our favor. Number one is to solve a real problem, and I think Mr. Purohit had really sort of alluded to this with his story. We decided to solve this problem of people trying to learn a language, and English to be specific, because we felt that it could really make a difference in their lives, right? Because if you can speak better English, you can earn that much better, and your school, your kids tend to do better in school and so on. I would encourage everybody to sort of solve a real problem. And I'm really glad to see the causes that these teams have worked today. They're all meaningful causes. It's not just sort of it's not just valuation. And I know valuation is great, but it's not just valuation that can really drive you towards that goal. Number two is to sort of do things that may not seem they scale, which is essentially, you have to really delight your initial customers to get to that next level and beyond, right? And often that means you tend to do things which may not feel that scale, but eventually they do. Unless you delight your customers, you cannot reach that scale that you imagine to, right? And third is just be persistent, right? And I think Mr. Godrej, Mr. Purohit shared this with their examples as well. I mean, we've been at this problem trying to crack this, every single day for almost 8 years, and we still feel that we're just starting out. We're just trying to innovate every single day at work. But what's important is to be persistent and keep doing that day over day. So I would say, these 3 nuggets is what I would leave my fellow entrepreneurs with. I would again say all the best to all of you. I'm super excited of this about this cross-border partnership. It really opens minds. In my case, it did. My journey to China, US, and India, and I'm really sure that this partnership between India and Canada really leads to fruitful results for our entrepreneurs and budding entrepreneurs in both the countries. Thanks a lot for this opportunity, Kavya and team, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Nishant. We're so happy to have you as a DPIIT recognized startup and looking forward to many more wonderful stories that you have to share. Thank you very much. Chris, over to you.
Thank you, Nishant. And this is such an amazing day today. You never know, you're going to get surprise guests, new people who step in and swap in. And that was a good one. And thank you, Kavya, for arranging that. And thank you for that. Okay, so we're going to go back to our, we're ready. We're ready. So first of all, let us talk for a moment about the prizing and what's on the line for these teams. So remember, these teams were combination teams from both India and Canada. And so we're able to raise enough money. We got to the point where we had $55,000 that we were able to raise in combined prizing to spread around. Now, I can tell you what's really amazing too. I'm getting messages. People who have been watching online today they found that link and they're making donations still. So these numbers are subject to change as our wonderful guests and audience are continuing to donate online towards the prize pool. So for the Canadian teams, we have cash prizing for them in terms of recognizing their contributions that they've made throughout the week towards this. We also have brand new tailored Indochino suits that Drew Green, the CEO of Indochino, is donating for those teams. And I must say, I'm wearing my Indochino suit myself. They're awesome, and you'll be getting those soon. And also Style Photos, one of our Shuluk Startups alumni companies, doing professional photo shoots for them as well for their career. On the Indian side, we're looking to give a boost towards some of those costs and some of those things that the startups are facing. And so the winning team in first place will be receiving a contribution of $20,000 Canadian from us. Second place, $12,500, and third place, $7,500. And then remember, the top 10 teams are receiving exclusive interviews and access with our incubation and venture partners listed here. And also, I know a number of our venture partners have come looking and scouting for investments and organizations, startup companies to get involved with and to continue forward with beyond the competition, also incubating them as well. So thank you for that slide, Vito. And we will continue now. And I'm going to introduce Miss Susanna Vass first. We're at our winner's announcement. And Susanna Vass is currently the new manager of entrepreneurship services at the City of Toronto, but she has a long history working at the city, having organized mayoral and deputy mayoral business delegations to Asia and to India that resulted in all sorts of wonderful new partnerships. And I have to tell you, when we started out, and this was a crazy twinkle in our eye and something we thought we could do, the first person I called was Susanna to say, I have an idea, but we need a little help to get started. Susanna and the people from the City of Toronto jumped in and they loved the idea. And Susanna, it's my great pleasure to welcome you here today. First to share a few words and then to announce our third, second, and first place winners.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your kind introduction. I'm sure everyone will agree this is going to be a very tough act to follow. The inspirational speakers at the previous sessions, your comments were absolutely motivating. And a special shout out to Mr. Godrej. I think I speak for everyone here. We definitely need a copy of this beautifully and creatively delivered poem. Simply brilliant. And I'm sure if we were in an auditorium, this would deserve a standing ovation. So again, big thanks, and thank you all for your time. So good morning to all in Canada, and very good evening to those joining from India. As Chris mentioned, I remember having this conversation with him way back in October when I was managing the India file at that time. And I simply loved the intent and the idea of this initiative. From there, the city, of course, provided the initial seed funding to demonstrate our support and commitment. And personally, I'm super pleased to see how this has evolved just over a very short span of 90 days. To us, Together 2021 is a transformational startup bootcamp. And I was very pleased to learn that it has been an incredibly power-packed week for all the students, with 7 intense days of learnings, the ins and outs of how to present and position their businesses and position it for success, right? I sat in on some of the pitches this morning, and I must say they were all fantastic. I know we're going to be announcing the top 3 today, but in my mind, all of you are winners. So a big congrats and kudos to all. We found that Together 2021 was truly a coming together of great institutions. And again, a big shout out to Chris and York University and Schulich School of Business, as well as to Startup India, the mentors that were involved, the volunteers, judges, sponsors, and not forgetting the amazing student teams from both countries. I know I've been talking to Chris throughout the past 3 months, and there have been countless hours that were dedicated to coordinate this initiative between 2 time zones. I have no idea how Kavya and Chris did it, but you guys rocked. And it's, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? And I would really like to kind of congratulate the teams who made this happen from both the Canadian as well as the Indian side. So great work overall. You heard Mayor Tory talk this morning. And as you know, Toronto is a global city, and it is noted for its multi-sector innovation and a deep pool of diverse tech professionals. The result of Toronto being a leading center of academia and a very progressive education-focused city. And we're proud of the education institutions that we have here. And we're looking to kind of build more partnerships with them over the years. Toronto also, Toronto's tech talent has helped create an ecosystem that fluidly enables emerging and mature technology companies to flourish. And the city's strong financial sector and Canada's favorable immigration policies help to fuel that growth. So for India, Canada, and Toronto, the global economy, the way we see it right now, presents both pressures and opportunities. And by working together, I'm confident that we can seize those opportunities and overcome any hurdles encountered in the process. And Together 2021 is a great example of this. And now we can build on that as the city continues to create deeper ties between both our ecosystems. I would also like to provide a huge thanks to all the tech leaders from both countries who will be dedicating their time during the leadership sessions later this week. we are looking forward to learning more about those outcomes and how the city can support, take those forward. Finally, I think we all look forward to continuing our mutually beneficial relationships by building linkages, accessing business opportunities, and fostering the growth of our respective economies. So having said that, I have the exciting role of announcing the winners of Together 2021. So brace yourselves, here they are. So the third place goes to GenFlow.
Congratulations to GenFlow. And with each company that gets announced, I'm going to ask you to come on screen and say a few words, starting with the founder from India. And if there's a Schulich student who wants to, or a Lassonde student who wants to chip in, that's okay. But say a few words about your experience and your thoughts.
Yeah, Chris. So I'd like to thank all of you, all those mentors, and especially Chris, Ben, Kavya, because you did a really good job, and we guys are really motivated from you, and the way you are helping us, the way you are boosting us from even from India, from Canada. And one thing I would like to definitely thank you, connecting those Canadian, Indian to a single platform in which we actually got chance to work together. That was quite impressive. That we know that weekend was quite tough, to be honest, but that's given quite a lifetime remembering experience. So it will never forgettable from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks
Thank
to my
you.
mentor, Kevin.
Awesome. Thanks, guys, and congratulations again. And now, Susanna, back to you for the second place announcement.
And the second place goes to Rix.
Congratulations to Rix. And we'll bring that team forward and get a few words as well. How you feeling?
Just first, I want to say, all the team, please come forward. Please, on the video, please. I just want all of you.
Vito will
So-
work to promote the other members up. There we go. So we'll get as many of the team up as we can. Yeah.
So still the heart is beating to Pastor means I just want more the startup goes through this kind of event, this Together 21. It's such an amazing thing. Which this thing what we did in last 7 days means if we are going to do by our own, it will take more than 5 years. So within 7 days we got what we can achieve by the 5 years. So thank you each and everyone, Chris, Dan, Kavya, all the teams and all the mentors. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again. And now, Susanna, to the first place announcement.
And the first place goes to, I wish we had a drum roll here.
What?
It goes to iBeta. Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys. And please come forward and share your thoughts.
Right. So everyone, please come on screen. Vito, could you add Rohan as well? Vito? Yeah.
There we go.
So
Yeah.
I guess I should thank Chris, Kavya, the entire Together 2021 team first for organizing this event, our mentors, the coaches, my team, especially for hanging out, for supporting us throughout this journey from Schulich, our own team. And it's really surprising that we ended up winning first place. And I'm just speechless right now. I'm too excited. I'm too nervous. So that's it. Yeah. If anybody else wants to say something, you can go ahead, please.
I want to say something. I'm so glad to join this team and I'm really enjoy this journey. I feel that joining this 2021 competition is a great start for this year, and I really want everyone here to have an amazing start in this year, and I feel that we will get better and better. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations again. And this was an incredible journey that everyone has gone on. And as we said, like even just to go from 50 down to 10 Oh my goodness, that was a really challenging situation for the first group of judges. And then to take it down to the next stage, to the 6 again, was another huge challenge. And now to get down to the final 3 and to rank those 3, this is intense. I'm going to remind everyone of the same thing that I've said at different stages. Now what matters is what you make of it and what you do tomorrow with whether you finished in the top 3, whether you're in that next group,
Yes.
whether you're in the 50. So what you do in terms of waking up tomorrow and translating your dream and continuing to pursue it, you've heard a constant theme from everyone who's been here today about not surrendering and continuing on to pursue with passion. And everyone in the top 6 and everyone in the top 10, we're going to continue on to help you between Startup India and Schulich in a number of different ways with our judges and our mentors and our incubators that are here. So be prepared to have us with you and supporting you along the way in the journey. Kavya, I'll turn it over to you for a thought and then to introduce our next guest.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much, Susanna, for joining us and for announcing the winners. Congratulations to all the winners. I will move on to the next section, and it is an honor for me, and it is an absolute pleasure for all of us to be graced by the presence of Sri Anil Agarwal. He's the Joint Secretary for DPIIT Government of India. Sri Anil Agarwal started his career as a software engineer in 1984, writing civil engineering application software. He successfully served as the Chief of Police in many criminally, communally, and politically sensitive districts, including Lucknow, Varanasi, and Gorakhpur. He headed the prestigious Special Task Force and achieved notable successes against organized crime. Sri Anil Agarwal spearheaded the conceptualization and implementation of UP100, the world's largest police emergency response system. He is an entrepreneur at heart. He is the Northern Star for Startup India. The project included setting up a contact center at Lucknow and providing field services by means of dedicated fleet of 4,800 vehicles manned by more than 24,000 personnel. Currently serving as a Joint Secretary of the Government of India at DPIIT, which is the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. His responsibilities include flagship initiative of the Government of India, that is Startup India. Sir, it is an absolute honor for us to have you here. You truly are our Northern Star. I would request you to kindly deliver the congratulatory address.
Thanks, Kavya. Thank you so much. Thanks so much for these kind words.
You're welcome, sir. Please, it's over to you.
Thank you. Excellency, High Commissioner of India to Canada, Mr. Ajay Pisaria. Excellency, High Commissioner of Canada to India, Mr. Nadir Patel. The Mayor of City of Toronto, Mr. John Tory. Professor Chris Carter, Schulich School of Business, York University. Esteemed dignitaries from industry and academia, all our entrepreneur friends, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome and thanks to Schulich School of Business, York University, and the City of Toronto, and the great work that has gone into hosting this Together 2021 Entrepreneurship Bootcamp and Venture Competition. It is wonderful to be in the midst of startup entrepreneurs, industry leaders, and dignitaries from India and Canada. However, today, the stars of this gathering are the young, brilliant minds who represent the promise of entrepreneurship not only in India and Canada, but around the world. Everywhere we go, across India and around the world, we meet young people, bubbling with energy, ready to start something on their own, to lift people's lives and shape their own destinies. And that's entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship creates new jobs, new businesses, new ways to deliver basic services, and new ways of seeing the world. That's the spark of prosperity. India today is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We have more than 41,000 recognized startups, 30 unicorns, out of which 9 have been added in 2020 during COVID pandemic. We have more than 1 billion mobile users, more than 700 million internet users, and more than 700 million smartphone users. There is at least one recognized startup in every state. We have more than 80% of our districts having the spark of entrepreneurship. Each startup on an average has been creating about 12 jobs in India. And when such an ecosystem meets an ecosystem of Canada and they start working together, people are lifted out of poverty, as young people like the ones present here today harness technology and innovation to change the world is doing business. And that creates incredible opportunities for Indians, Canadians, and for the world. This bridge needs to be a future hub of global growth. When the journey of Together 2021 began, we at Startup India got hundreds of applications from colleges and universities from across India. We are proud to say that through this initiative, we've been able to assist hundreds of Indian and Canadian students, out of which the brilliant student entrepreneurs from India represent 20 states and union territories, more than 40 universities and colleges from India, and 61% of them coming out from Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. We are also delighted to have 30% women representation in this cohort. The top 10 teams of the competition included 4 women-led teams. These students represented 7 sectors that are of priority to us: education, income security, agriculture, health, environment, and others. The 50 teams comprising of Indian and Canadian students have been very ably supported by 100 mentors from India and Canada, representing over 20 sectors. I must applaud the efforts of all the students who came together to work on joint ventures. The 50 students who made it to the semi-finals and the 30 who made it to the championship rounds. You are the future leaders of the startup ecosystems. It gives me immense pleasure to congratulate the winners of 2021. This is one of the many entrepreneurship-oriented initiatives that we have been organizing in partnership with many organizations. I must take a minute to thank those who have made this initiative possible. Let me first start with Mr. Nadir Godrej. What a mesmerizing address it has been. I must read out the comments that have been made in the panel. Before we distribute, someone must contribute. So concise. The next message says, this is awesome. Wish it was in an auditorium. This is amazing. The rhyming scheme and amount of information conveyed through such a creative channel. The next message says, Mr. Godrej, Dr. Seuss of business. Great. Just wow. Brilliance. I love, love, love. Fantastic. My deepest respect, Mr. Godrej. These are some of the comments that I've been reading. Wow, that has been amazing. We look forward to more of your support to young entrepreneurs. It's been a delight to listen to you today. To the entrepreneurs, the mentors, and the speakers, and all industry leaders, young entrepreneurs seek support from you while starting on their journeys. We are grateful that you have supported this initiative. Each one of you is an inspiration to 35 million young minds who are currently enrolled in higher educational institutions of India. We hope that we can rely on your relentless support to uplift and empower these students. Thank you, Professor Chris. from the Schulich School of Business for spearheading this initiative from Canada. We look forward to a long-standing partnership with the university in years to come. Mayor John Tory, Toronto is regarded as one of the top startup ecosystems in the world. And we are indeed glad to be working with the city of Toronto on initiatives that ignite young minds to innovate and contribute to our economies by creating jobs instead of seeking jobs. And I must thank the High Commissioner of India to Canada, Mr. Ajay Bisaria, and the High Commissioner of Canada to India, Mr. Nadir Patel. We have together created a bridge between two growing startup ecosystems, and we are grateful to your support in facilitating the same. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I can see lots of students applauding your great oration. Thank you very much for joining us today. I'm extremely grateful.
Thank you, Joint Secretary, and we appreciate that. And thank you for being so thoughtful and kind and considerate as to read out the comments as well with regards to the poetry. That was a very nice touch on your part. And also, I want to say thank you. We'll have the opportunity to have you here in person to tell you how brilliant your team is working under your leadership with Kavya at Startup India, with Mr. Bagla at Invest India. A pleasure to work with, and they have a work ethic that was required to bring this as a startup type initiative in and of itself to life in the 90 days. And we appreciate your partnership and that you brought them forward to be with us and to spend time with us. Thank you. So with that, we will continue on with our next special guest. And it brings me great pleasure to introduce now the Honorable Mr. Nadir Patel, the High Commissioner for Canada to India. And Mr. Patel began his career in 1990 as the Canada Customs and Revenue Agency, serving in progressively more senior positions at the agency's offices in Kitchener, Waterloo, Ottawa, and Montreal. From 1997 to 2003, he served as Departmental Assistant to the Minister, Director of Ministerial Services, Agency Advisor to the Minister, and Secretary to the Board of Management. Now in 2003, he transferred to the Privy Council office, serving as Chief of Staff to the National Security Advisor to the Prime Minister, Associate Secretary to the Cabinet, and Deputy Minister to the Deputy Prime Minister. From 2005 to 2006, he served as a Senior Policy Advisor to the Clerk of the Privy Council and Secretary to the Cabinet. And in 2006, he was appointed by the Minister of International Trade and the Minister of Transport as Canada's Chief Air Negotiator. Mr. Patel served as Consul General in Shanghai from 2009 to 2011. And of course, he is now the High Commissioner for Canada to India. He is also a wonderful friend to Schulich with our work in India. And it's our great pleasure to have him here today to share his thoughts. Welcome, High Commissioner.
Well, thank you very much. Really great to be here, and great to catch a glimpse of the some of the presentations and other speakers over the past hour. It's quite a remarkable day from what I've seen, or a few days. Let me just start off by acknowledging His Excellency Ajay Bisaria, my counterpart. Always good to see you. And I did want to acknowledge the excellent remarks by Joint Secretary Anil Agarwal. Thank you very much for those warm comments on the relationship, but the work that you're doing and your ministry in collaboration with Startup India is just fantastic. And we've seen it in different ways, how it's having impact, not only for Canada and India, but other countries as well. So terrific work. I will acknowledge Kavya and of course, Chris Carter and all those that were involved in putting this event together. It's really great to be here. And, you know, I'll keep my comments relatively informal, but what I'll just start off by saying is when this was first raised several weeks ago, it was an automatic yes. We definitely want to be able to, even if it's just a couple of minutes, offer up some words of support. And of all the different things that we engage in as it relates to commercial relations, the one that excites me the most are those that have an entrepreneurial slant to them, ties to education and people coming out of universities, young people that are going to be, you know, the future leaders, creating jobs for others. and the entire technology and startup ecosystem, because it's very exciting what's happening in India as well as in Canada. So this is the perfect type of event for us to engage and simply show our support as a government of Canada, as a high commission or a presence for Canada in India as well. And just seeing the winners and the inspiring words by a number of speakers, including my namesake, Nadir Godrej. Of course, who gets acknowledged by everyone, but we have to put in the plug. It's done a fantastic job. It's just great to be here. So thank you very much, and congratulations on what has been a terrific competition and a great set of events. It's really great to offer up a few closing remarks. Let me just share a couple of specific thoughts that tie into the themes that have that this competition ties into. And particularly given that we're starting a new year, I think it's a really great opportunity. You know, this is very much a pivotal period for the world as it confronts this unprecedented challenge of the pandemic. And if anything, it's more critical than ever for us to come together now to build back our economies better and forge a more secure future in ways that are more flexible and adapt to new realities, new technologies, among other things as well. And while COVID-19 has created some significant and unprecedented global challenges, it's also highlighted the benefits of strong multi-country collaboration, in this case, Canada-India collaboration, which has allowed us to keep vital supply chains open and essential products moving. In recent years, our bilateral relationship has actually witnessed exponential growth across nearly every possible metric you can think of. Even during the pandemic, and Joint Secretary Anil talked about, you know, successes, new unicorns being established during the pandemic. Even during the pandemic, we've seen the announcement of important new investments and the creation of exciting new bilateral partnerships that will help to meet the challenges not only of today, but also of the future. Prior to the disruption caused by the pandemic, you know, the value of Canada's economic partnership with India was about 80 billion, the overall commercial relationship, investment, trade, among other things as well. It's now well on its way to approaching $100 billion. And I firmly believe that the innovation ecosystem, technology and startups is the marquee theme of the future. And this is where we want to invest a lot more of our energies and talents in supporting going forward as well. On that Canada-India technology collaboration, a couple of quick thoughts. One of the crucial elements of that is capabilities on both sides in Canada and India. We have so much in common, so many synergies, yet so much to benefit from each other. Canadian capabilities and expertise in innovation, industrial research and development, technology commercialization align very much with Indian priorities, including researcher mobility, science education reform, gender parity in STEM, among other things as well. We've already seen major successes from a commercial perspective in the Canada-India technology partnership. And you know, these successes would demonstrate what Canadian and Indian innovators can achieve when they come together to find solutions to address the needs of individuals and businesses, especially during challenging times that we're experiencing right now that allow new ways of thinking or new disruptive technologies to emerge, given that we're doing many things very differently. Part of why I'm so optimistic about the potential to do more together is the range of well-established institutional partnerships and programs we already have in place. And today, if you think a little bit about Startup India, if you think a little bit about Schulich School's presence in India and this event, it's a great example of some of those well-established institutional partnerships. And I can't think of a better theme than Together 2021 to sort of reiterate some of what it is that I'm talking about as well. As it relates to the innovation ecosystem in Canada, we built a very innovative system that connects foreign and domestic ingenuity and creativity through a variety of international initiatives, incentives, and funding programs. We have 5 technology superclusters in Canada that support leading companies choosing to innovate in Canada through closer market-facing collaborative partnerships with academia and government. The Toronto-Waterloo corridor alone has more than 15,000 tech companies, including 5,000 plus startups and nearly 300,000 employees in high-tech industries. And these numbers are growing at a rapid pace despite the challenges around the world right now. It also has an exceptional talent pipeline with over 400,000 students across 16 post-secondary institutions, including, of course, York University and Schulich as well. Canadian universities, including the Schulich School as an example, are doing very significant and admirable work in creating linkages between Canada's innovation ecosystem and students like you, or entrepreneurs, or those that are creating things like yourselves. And there's no better example of that than I can point to than this competition today. You know, the educational relationship between our two countries, more and more Canadian universities and colleges are collaborating with Indian institutions in research, joint programs, student and faculty exchanges. So it's far more than just, you know, students studying in Canada or in India. There's a lot more collaboration, especially it relates to research and development and commercialization of technologies. Canada's universities are known for their student-centric approach, which gives students the support and flexibility to broaden their horizons and excel in areas that they are passionate about. And all of you are doing just that. And Canadian universities are also known for their innovative programs, such as cooperative education and entrepreneurship opportunities that offer real-life work experience before you graduate, whatever your level of study or focus may be. The bottom line is that the strength of the relationship and people-to-people ties position Canada and India as natural partners to leverage future opportunities to their full potential. And entrepreneurs like you, in my view, will be not only important drivers to achieve this goal, but absolutely critical in the future in terms of where our support should lie going forward. So once again, I'm very excited to be here to offer up some words of support and endorsement and encouragement on behalf of the Government of Canada. Let me just close by saying two things. First of all, I want to acknowledge and congratulate the winners of today's contest and competition, and wish you all the best in your future careers. And I'll just echo Susanna's comments about everyone who participated as a winner in one way or another. And then the second thing I thought I might do, so Canada's presence in India is the largest diplomatic presence that Canada has in the world. We have, Delhi's our largest embassy in the world. We have 8 offices with about 750, 800 employees. And we have a very large commercial team, and our commercial team in Delhi has a technology innovation focused team. And we work closely with startups. We work closely with technology companies in Canada and India to look at opportunities both ways. So having seen the winners today, what we'll do is for any of those companies that want to take advantage of sort of a free consulting session with our trade commissioners that specialize in this innovation ecosystem and look at opportunities to go global, i.e. Canada or India, both ways, we're very, very happy to make our team available to provide some advice, some consult, or anything we can do. And if it doesn't materialize in anything that's of value to you now, at the very least, you'll have us on the radar going forward. And I like to collaborate very, very closely with my counterpart in Ottawa on the same thing. So, for us, it's a bit of a tag team, because whether you win in Canada or you win in India, it's good for both of us in terms of jobs, impact, and the future of both of our countries. So congratulations once again, and thank you so much for the opportunity to offer up a few closing comments for this fantastic competition. Back over to you, Chris and Kavya.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining of the Canadian government, the City of Toronto, the Government of Ontario has been immense, and we are so grateful that you have joined us today. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you again. We appreciate all the words and all the thoughts and all your support along the journey. Thank you. Kavya, over to you for our next guest.
Thank you so much. It gives me immense pleasure to now invite His Excellency Mr. Ajay Bisaria, High Commissioner from India to Canada. Sir, thank you so much for joining us today. We are delighted to have you with us. Mr. Ajay, just a quick brief about you before you take over. Sir has been the High Commissioner of India to Canada since March 1, 2020. He's a career diplomat who joined the IFS, which is the Indian Foreign Services, in 1987. After training at the Foreign Service Institute in New Delhi, Mr. Bisaria was posted at the Indian Embassy of Moscow. He worked as a Soviet internal affairs specialist in the months leading up to the breakup of USSR. He served as the undersecretary Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs on the East Europe desk. He then moved to the Ministry of Commerce in the era of economic liberalization. He contributed to the new trade policy paradigm, using his training in economics and finance as a part of a team that managed a complex but successful transition of India's trade from rupee barter arrangements to a hard currency system. Sir was also appointed as the private secretary to the Prime Minister of India in 1999 and served in his capacity till 2004. During the most of this period, he was an aide to the then Prime Minister Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee and contributed to various economic, defense, and foreign policy initiatives of the period. So you've provided a home away from home to millions of Canadians who live in Canada. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for the support that you have constantly provided us. Thank you very much because of the work that you've done in the policy approach to enhance India's ranking and the ease of doing business reports. Sir, over to you. Thank you very, very much again.
Thank you very much, Kavya, and wonderful to be here. Good morning to folks in Canada. Good evening in India. Very happy New Year. And it's really a pleasure to be part of Together 21. I've been catching glimpses of it all morning and seeing all the wonderful things you've been doing all week. And let me start by congratulating the winners, first of all, for this accomplishment, and to congratulate all the participants for being part of such an exciting journey. And kudos, of course, to Professor Chris Carter of Schulich ED Innovation, and Kavya at Startup India for putting together this wonderful event. I can imagine the kind of work which would have gone into this, but congratulations for putting it all together. And of course, a special word for Mr. Nadir Godrej. You gave us a 101 on business, on politics, on economics, on the business of startups in verse. So that was certainly a very hard act to follow, and it's a hard act to follow even for you, because I think that would be the bar of expectation from you in all your future interventions. So wonderful also to that Mayor Tory from Toronto joined us. Toronto is a city which has been encouraging innovation in such a wonderful way, and it's good to be working with them. My special word of acknowledgement to my counterpart and colleague, Nadir Patel, in India, because we play as a tag team, and it's very easy for me to now say that let me start my remarks from where Nadir left off, because I endorse everything he said. And also thank you to my colleague, Joint Secretary Anil Agarwal, for putting that data together and giving us a sense of the startup ecosystem that we have in India. So my job is simple, because I need to now take off from where you left off. And let me just informally make 2 or 3 comments on what we've seen all week and all morning. Well, for me, the most heartening thing about this event is that I can see that the future is here. The future of which brings together in the India-Canada economic corridor, it brings together innovation, it brings together technology, it brings together youth, and it builds a startup bridge between India and Canada. We've been having multiple conversations with universities and academia on this issue in Canada. There are, you might know, 230,000 Indian students in Canada, but the universities also are full of Indo-Canadians working at the frontiers of knowledge and science and innovation. And we've been talking of startup bridges and transforming or converting research into innovation and ideas on the ground. On the startup ecosystems in both India and Canada, these are diverse and rich and hugely encouraging. We've seen amazing growth, which Anil referred to, 15% growth in the startup ecosystem, 11% in incubators and accelerators. So I think this is really an area of not just growth in India, but area of collaboration in the future, in the India-Canada economic corridor. We're talking now of about 3 startups a day, 61 unicorns, 21 of them in India, and amazing that 9 or 11 of them have come up during the pandemic. And I think this is something really wonderful. My own journey started with an MBA. I had an MBA many eons ago from IIM Calcutta. And I'm been in touch with many of my classmates, many of whom became later serial entrepreneurs and then became serial mentors and are chairing, in fact, incubators and accelerators and so on. I can just mention a couple of them. There's K. Ganesh, who has been a serial entrepreneur and mentor and started startups like Portia and Big Basket. And there's been Shrikant Shastri, who started Big Data, Crayon, and so on. So this is a reality which is here to stay. When I was a student at IIM Calcutta, we did our projects and we came up with presentations, and that was really something that was meant to be for learning. And I think it's really exciting that all of you have this opportunity, not just to make a presentation, go through it, understand what's happening, but have the excitement of being able to translate it on the ground for it to become a real and viable commercial venture. So I think these are certainly exciting times for the startup ecosystem, but certainly, as Nadir mentioned, for the India-Canada corridor, because this we see is a very promising area of the future. I could add that we had the Prabhasi Bharatiya Divas yesterday, which is a celebration of the Indian diaspora across the world, all 30 million of them. And we had a special celebration, an event, rejoicing in the success of the Indo-Canadian community that is 1.6 million strong. And one strong takeaway I had hearing the stories of successful entrepreneurs, of successful businessmen, successful politicians, is the desire to give back and to give back to the youth. And that channel could be mentoring the business ideas and the business startups. So this is something I would leave as an idea that we should be able to channelize this great interest in mentoring startups and mentoring businesses in the India-Canada economic corridor. So thank you very much for having me as in this closing event, and congratulations. Keep doing the great work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Thank you for your kind words and all the support that you've provided us, the energy and the encouragement of you and your team along the way. When it was early days, you raised your voice and said, "I'm excited, keep going," and we appreciated that. It kept us going through the late nights and early mornings. Kavya, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words. They mean a lot, and more than that, you have spent your career building linkages for India, and we're so glad that we could be part of one such linkage. Thank you very much, sir. Well, Chris, we're towards the end of our wonderful Together 2021. But before we end, I have one last bombshell to crack. We have Chef Pooja Dhingra. The first thing you notice about Chef Pooja Dhingra is her ebullience. The second is her grit, and the third is her acuity. Every question tossed her way is answered with a verve that has been her calling card since she started Le 15, which is a bakery based out of Mumbai. And now it has converted into a big brand, big business. She's not only an entrepreneur, but also a grand influencer with 7.5 million people following her. For sure, she has her moments of doubt and insecurity, but despite those, she has built a brand that spans across social media, cookbooks, podcasting, and so on and so forth. She's an author, entrepreneur, and so much more. Pooja, I would invite you. Before I forget, she's also 30 under 30 by Forbes. So now that I invite her, I would request Pooja to please take on this stage and blow us with your wits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kavya. I hope I'm audible. I also like to apologize. I'm a baker. I tend to sleep very early because I start my day super early. So I've managed to stay awake. It was great to hear whoever I could hear. I'm here to briefly tell you my story. I know you all are budding entrepreneurs, and I was in your shoes maybe 11 or 12 years ago. So I want to just quickly take you through my journey. I'm not going to take too much time. But I started Love 15, which is a French style patisserie in Mumbai, in India, about 11 years ago. I'm a pastry chef. I went to study in Paris, fell in love with the macaroon, decided I'm going to come back to India and introduce it to, to Mumbai first and then to India. What happened then was I was 23. I was young and I was a young girl trying to start a business in India. So also being a chef back then wasn't as cool as it is today. There weren't too many women doing this. And what I had was a lot of people asking me where my father was or where my husband was. And I had to constantly, be like, no, this is my business. I make the decisions. I sign the checks. And very soon I realized that if I wanted to make something of myself in this world, I had to put all those challenges that came towards me aside and just really focus on the job and focus on what I was good at. So years passed by. I started in a really small kitchen with a team of 3 people, almost doing everything. And I've had quite an extraordinary journey. Like Kavya said, I opened 5 cafes. I wrote 3 best-selling books. I probably baked for everyone. I had a list when I started my patisserie, and I had a list of everyone I wanted to bake for. And I managed to kind of checklist everyone on that list, including the Canadian First Family when they visited India. We raised $1.5 million. We were set for growth. The plan was really to scale the business and get into like the packaged food space and really take the business across the country. And then 2020 happened. To say that the last year has been challenging is probably an understatement. I went from, you're running a food business, which is very dependent on cash flows, and suddenly you have 0 revenues, you have no business. People didn't know what was happening, and we were in a position where we had to make some really tough decisions. So, owning this cafe, especially the one that we had in Kolaba next to the Taj, was my childhood dream since I was 16. And now I was in a position where I had a team of 100 people. I had all these expenses, and we didn't know what to do. So, you read all these things. You read about pivoting. You read about all these great entrepreneurial concepts in theory, and suddenly you're thrown right into the midst of it, where you have to make really hard decisions. And I had to do that. I had to downsize my team. We went from 100 to 30 people, and I had to make all those calls over Zoom, and those are people that I had personally hired and trained. I had to shut down our cafes and really only managed to keep a part of the business so that we could survive. When I announced that I was going to close my cafe, I saw such a surge of love from this country that I never really expected. I knew I'd created something special, but the number of emails and messages that we got saying that they love the brand so much. So that was when I decided that I was going to look at this crisis and find opportunities. And the minute I decided to do that, everything changed. So I wrote ebooks. We put out recipes of our cafes, and we told everyone that this would help our company grow. And we sold thousands of them, which helped us keep the business alive. I conducted workshops on Zoom. Very strange to kind of do this, but I had people from all over the world. Every workshop had over 200 people from around the world joining in. And over the last 6 months, the team has come back, and we have not only we launched our website, we launched our Shopify store, and we've created a whole product portfolio of 8 products, which are like packaged food. So we have a hot chocolate, we have cookies, we have biscuits. And I am happy to say that in the last 6 months, we've not only reached our pre-COVID numbers, but the company is more profitable than it's ever been. And this has only happened because we really looked at the crisis and we said, where do we find the opportunities? So I'm not here to say that this is going to be easy. Even after 11 years, it's never easy. Every day brings its own challenge. But I think that the fact that you need to have a lot of grit and the joy of building something from scratch. And really, for me, the best part about what I do is having thoughts and then really making them tangible things. and contributing to this world is a feeling like none other. So that is my story very quickly. Thank you for having me and having me tell it.
Thank you
Wow.
so much, Pooja.
Pooja, thank you so much. I have to tell you that I asked Kavya, find us someone special. Find us someone who, when we come to the end of our journey, can wrap us up within a short time period, but can say something from the heart and something that will inspire the students. And I think we can all give an applause for sharing so openly about your journey. And also, in addition to your perseverance, the one thing that I'll take away from that I really like, and I suggest that all the students think about, is how you had the list of everyone that you wanted to bake for. You know, like that's the right thing to have. That's the right thing to do, is you have that list and you have that thought as to where you're going to go and what it's going to be. And I know from listening to you and from hearing to Kavya speak about you, that pandemic aside, that you still got that list, and that list is going to come true. So thank you again for your time here with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
For joining us. I
Thank
really
you for
appreciate
having me.
it. Thank you.
Now, Vito will jump back to the final couple slides, and thank you for as many people coming on video as possible so we all are connected together and can see each other. Once again, wanted to say thank you to all of our partners who helped us to get to this point in the journey. The City of Toronto, Anand and Anand, Leverage EDU, who stepped up right in the beginning, Apollo Hospitals, ICICI Bank, so many of our community partners who rallied together to help make introduction for us and connections, our incubation partners. A special thank you, because they're still here with us right now, to our championship judges who spent a lot of time helping behind the scenes, but then really delivering great questions and great thought today when they were reflecting on the companies and getting to know them and digging in and spending time to go through the scoring. So thank you. Vito, if you bring us to the wrapper here, then Kavya, I'm going to give you a word for your thoughts, and then I'm going to wrap us up.
Thank you so much, Chris. This entire Together 2021 has been a journey for all of us, the 250 students, the 100 mentors, the stakeholders involved, including Startup India, Schulich School of Business, the wonderful student volunteer team who supported this initiative from Schulich School of Business, and along with that, the wonderful speakers, the moderators, and everybody else involved. A big shout out to all the trainers who took out time from their busy schedules in the first week of January of 2021 to train these wonderful students. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. And last but not the least, thank you so much, Chris, for agreeing to do this together.
Thank you, Kavya. Now, I'm going to say a couple thank yous of my own to wrap up. First, I'm going to say thank you right away to the students and say thank you for what you've brought to the table over the last 7 days has been incredible. The energy and the ideas and the creativity. I said this yesterday in the semifinals, but I don't think that is a coincidence that the teams that have this great sense of spirit between the Canadian students and the Indian students made it not only to the final 10, not only made it to final 6, but are right there in the top 3. You can see it when you meet with them, that energy and that camaraderie. And that warms my heart, because that was the intention that we had in the beginning at the spirit. And that's why we called it Together 2021. I want to give a couple special thanks. I want to thank Ashwin Joshi for helping out and guiding the way in terms of how we approached all of this as the head of our MBA in India program. I want to give a special thanks to the Dean, Detlev Zwick, and to President Rhonda Lenton for having the continued faith for with each wild and progressively more ridiculous idea that I bring to the table, they somehow keep saying yes. So thank you for that opportunity. I want to mention a couple people that are really very important, as well as inspirations for myself. I want to thank Dean Horvath, our Dean Emeritus at the Schulich School of Business. The Dean and I developed a very lovely relationship over the couple years that I've been at Schulich. And he liked to guide and teach me and show me many things about how the school worked in the history of how it was built and created. And I had the great privilege to travel with him to India last November. And the Dean, those of you know the Dean, know his strategic mind. I can't help but think that even though he might not have known exactly what it would look like, he thought, if I take Chris over to India with me, something just might happen. And he kind of set those wheels in motion. So I don't know if he's going to see this eventually, but I hope he does. And thank you, Dean Horvath, for taking me to India and opening my eyes to what a beautiful country, magnificent, a masterpiece painting in progress that the country is. It's been such a privilege to have that opportunity. I also want to thank Mr. Tata. Mr. Ratan Tata was so kind and gracious when I had the opportunity to present to the Indian Advisory Council to give his words of encouragement and inspiration, and to personally come and share a few thoughts with me. And that was with me when we were thinking about how to go to the next level of getting involved with our students and with our friends in India. Kavya, you have been an absolute sensational force of female, fantastic power and passion and network and just everything that you've brought to the table. You are so gifted and are so spirited that I can only imagine in the years ahead where your career is going to go, and what you're going to do in the world is going to blow us all away. I want to say thank you to Vito Giovanetti, who you don't often see on camera, but this is the operator extraordinaire, the strategist in the background. When I have a question and have to jump off in the middle of a call to like strategize with, Vito has been amazing in the background at working all this technology and being my key sounding board.
Thanks, Chris.
We cannot conclude without saying a massive collective thank you to Karan. This gentleman has, from day one, when I said 90 days, I'm not joking that we did this in 90 days. He was hired on October 9th when I reached out to the Schulich Network and said, I need a very special person. And I described them in detail, all their experiences and their background in the startup space in India, in Canada, their diligence, their attention to detail, their passion, the way I could put this person on the phone with CEOs and founders and venture capitalists, and they would carry the ball and represent me on times when I couldn't be there in person in the way that I would want. And my friend from the alumni network, Shrey, he said, there's only one man who you want, and this is Karan Vesh. And I said, I have to meet him this afternoon. Make the call happen. I need this person. We hired him within 24 hours. October 9th, he came on board. Here we are on January the 10th. 90 days later, my friend, and I could not have possibly, and Kavya could not have possibly either, have gotten to where we did without you. You are an immense talent, and I think it is to the benefit of some company that may know it or may not know it yet, but who you've met along this journey, that you're going to be picked up when your contract is done here on this project, and someone is going to have an amazing find on their hands in terms of what you can do. And you've only, again, just like Kavya, have only begun to tap the potential of what is inside you and what the two of you are going to be able to create as you continue on your careers. I've had a lot of fun. I hope all of you had too. We've got our private roundtables coming up this week to get those top leaders together, to come together and think about how we can strategize as entrepreneurs and venture capitalists to do even more together. So we're excited for that. I'm also excited for sleep. I miss sleep, and I'd like to have some of it back in my life. 2 time zones are awesome. I'll be back on it in a couple weeks, but I'm going to go back to EST for a while. Thanks, everyone. Congratulations to our champions, to iBeta, to everybody who finished in the top 3, in the top 6, in the top 10, everyone who had the courage to sign up in the beginning. 240 applications from across India, from all sorts of communities and all sorts of walks of life. People came to put in their applications as students and had the bravery and the courage to step forward and to take a shot. And it's incredible that we've come this far together 2021. Thank you, everyone. And I look forward to being with you, perhaps again, in Together 2022. Have a great rest of your evening. Enjoy your Sunday for those of you here in Canada and in Toronto. I appreciate all your time and support and trust. And with that, we shall bring an end the closing ceremonies and the championships.
One final group picture for everyone.
Final group picture.
All right, so in 3, 2, 1, with that countdown, an operations team member will snap a photo for us on
I think we have to
both
unphoto
sides.
share, do we?
Yeah, I'll drop that.
Cool. There we go.
Great. 3, 2, 1. And then we'll do one more on the second page since so many of you have come on video. 3, 2, 1. Awesome, everyone. Thank you so much. What an accomplishment. Have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of your day. Back over to you, Kavya.
Thank you very much, everyone. I see Mr. Nader Godrej still here, and I'm so pleased. Thank you very much, sir, for staying here. And everyone, thank you so much for all your support. You guys are forces to be reckoned with, and let's go get the world. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Bye. Take care.